We are live at Coletco for Saturday nights. No, Tuesday nights. I'm way off. Tuesday nights live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We're now live and it's time to get everything shared. I was almost on time. Actually, I was over here ready and I've got the talking, and now it's like time expires or time flies. But we're live now. Tuesday, it's going to be a big on sale vinyl night. A lot of comments already. Like to see that. Thank you. Big on sale vinyl night. We're going to have a lot on sale. I pretty much have just new vinyl arrivals. But you're going to see some stuff you hadn't seen in a while, so you might as well call it new arrivals on sale, which I think a lot of y'all will be very happy with. Let me post here. Let me get this link. I posted a flip video for some Japanese records that you see here in the screen. We got a lot more Japanese than just that flip video. That was just a hand-picked selection from myself that I really was like, wow, we got to get some of these. Oh man, hoping for Paul. Well, he'll probably be here Saturday. Paul will probably be running the whole show on Saturday. Just FYI, Saturday, probably the whole show is going to be Paul. So just FYI, you can all of the Paul's new fan club can look forward to that. Okay, now I also posted a flip video. Let's see here. Trying to figure out, there it is. I also posted this in the group. There's the link for that. Now let's get it. So if you're on Facebook, please share. I don't know if I asked that enough of y'all, but I hope that you please share as much as you can. Some people's like, I don't want to, which is okay. But if anything, you can hit the thumbs up button. I would really appreciate that. Smash the subscribe button, as they say it. That really helps us out. All right, let's go over here and see what's going on. Let's go story. And what are we going to use for our story? Probably that same. Let's see. Can we just post that same video as in our story? Probably. Yeah. Let's see if we can do that. I think that'll work. Live now. And there's the link. Okay. Paul will do very well. He will. He's going to be pretty much running the show on Saturday. I think we are going to have a sale. 6 sales this week. Now tomorrow night may be a little bit optional for records. We might be trying to have a coin and knife sale tomorrow, but no word on that literally until probably we decide tonight or sometime tomorrow. Sometimes I make Wednesday night decisions like a few hours before the actual show begins. So yeah, I got some great Japanese vinyl. We'll get those rolling in probably like a half hour. We'll definitely let everybody get on. It's still daylight outside. Coletco doesn't get good till it's good and dark. Good and dark. So, I was at the store today, but we missed you. Sorry I missed you. I'm going to be honest. I haven't been at this store during store hours in a long time. And I miss a lot of people, and I apologize for that. But I'm just never here. I work strictly here at night, so I can get a lot done. When I show up here about 5 or 5:30, sometimes 6. I'm here almost sometimes until 6 that next morning, and then I do a lot of work from home with ordering vinyl and a lot of that, but I'm just never here. So I haven't been here in the store during store hours, I'm going to say in at least a month or two, probably closer to 2 months. So I apologize for that. But let's go ahead and get some stuff rolling. Let me figure out what we've got over here. Let's find some crates to go through. Here's a big pile of bubble wrap out of nowhere. Let's see. 3 o'clock out on the West Coast. I guess that's true. Or wherever you're at. Where are you at for it to be 3 o'clock? Go turn on the AC. Yeah, you must be a mind reader. I think I need to right now, actually. Let's see. Michael Link says 2.5 years. Never met Chad. That's true. There's some people I talk to every night on here, been messaging, selling records, have yet to meet them, and they're local. Some of y'all be like, well, I live in Wisconsin. There's no way I'll ever meet Chad. Well, some people live right down the road, and I've still never met them. So Um, I'm kind of I kind of stay hidden. Let's go through the first crate of new vinyl. This is just a recap bin, and then I've got 2 crates of new vinyl. One's a big restock and new arrival bin with a lot of metal and other great titles. And then I've got a whole crate of just, it's like 5 titles, but there's like 10 of each, which I think y'all know what that means. Good stuff. We're going to have a lot of on-sale vintage tonight. Lots of on-sale vintage tonight, and I may even bring out like one of those high-end bins that I'm always talking about. We'll either go through that, or we'll run some of them on auction. So tonight, going to be a lot of recapping, on-sale stuff, making offers, all kinds of stuff. All right. Let's see here. First thing I have is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? $44.99. That's a 2 LP soundtrack. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? $44.99. Makes sense when my car's at 4:30. Yep. 4:30 a.m. There's a good chance I'm usually still here. Whitesnake, Washington State Wipeout. This is a live Whitesnake album, colored vinyl, $39.99. It's from 1984. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Whitesnake. Here's a Taylor Swift that's pretty much available as an import only. It's called Lover. It's on pink and blue vinyl. I've got 2 copies left. Those are $59.99. Taylor Swift Lover. Black Flag, My War is $36.99. Black Flag, My War, $36.99. I also have Halloween, Keeper of the 7 Keys, Part 2. Halloween is $44.99. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, is glow-in-the-dark red vinyl, $28.99 for Warren Zevon. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, featuring November Rain, $49.99. I have more copies of Use Your Illusion 2 on the way, so if anybody needs one of those, they're on the way, but there's Use Your Illusion 1, or if you want both of them. ZZ Top's first album, $31.99 for ZZ Top's first album. Echo and the Bunnymen, Ocean Rain. Echo and the Bunnymen, that is $28.99 for Echo and the Bunnymen. Also have an Experience Hendrix, which is a best of Jimi Hendrix 2 LP compilation. That is new and sealed, $29.99. Purple Haze, Little Wing, Foxy Lady, Freedom, Angel, and of course the Star Spangled Banner. That is $29.99 for Experience Hendrix. Quiet Riot, you'll see some more of these in just a minute. I had some more come in. This is called Metal Health. For about 2 years, I used to call it Mental Health. It's Metal Health, $44.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. I've got 3 of those available. Loudness, Thunder in the East is red vinyl. Loudness is $28.99. Hard Rock Heretics is $28.99. That's a compilation of metal, hair metal, and hard rock. And it's time to turn on the AC, the nightly routine. It's like I'm standing literally in the heat. The front door is not the coolest place to stand by either. Literally, the sun's coming through. It's radiant. It's like, it's loud. Or it's hot, I mean. It's loud with heat. $28.99 for Hard Rock Heretics. Metal Church is $44.99. $44.99. The Stooges Funhouse is $31.99. That's on split vinyl, half black and half red. $31.99. And Metallica's Black Album. That's a 2 LP remaster of Metallica's Black Album. $39.99. If you're just joining us, we're going through a crate. I think this is all new stuff from last night. Just one more time to get the show started. POD Satellite is $29.99. And Leonard Skinner, Gimme Back My Bullets, $31.99. We've sold several of those. Gimme Back My Bullets, $31.99. Okay, let's go ahead and go straight into some new stuff. The first crate is going to be this crate of a lot of, well, there's like 5 titles in here, but we got a lot of multiple copies of it. Let me go ahead and start with this one. So this is our first crate of new stuff for the night. We'll get some auctions. Started probably after this crate. We got U.S. stuff that I've pulled, and I've got Japanese stuff. And then we've got a lot of vintage, starting with half off. We're going to go straight into half off probably really soon tonight in the vintage department. This is a new release from Blues Traveler. Yeah, Blues Traveler. Live acoustic fall of 1997. That is $79.99. Blues Traveler is $79.99. And of course, I think y'all know how hard some of their albums are to get, especially with that around this era. And that is $79.99. Blues Traveler And one more time, that's live and acoustic fall of 1997. I've got two of it. I've got two of them. Blues Traveler, $79.99. Jason Kenton wants one, and that's the first sale of the night. Jason Kenton on the Blues Traveler. Also got a new release from Now. This is Now 80s Alternative. $56.99. It's a 2 LP. I have not printed tonight's sheet. I knew I was missing something. Tonight's sheet is going to be printed right now. But Now Alternative is a 2 LP compilation. I believe it's on red vinyl, red or pink vinyl. There was 3 pre-sold on that, which was, let me find those. I guess I didn't, that's why they're not on the sheet. I didn't copy them over. The 3 people on that was George Buchanan, James Bragg, and Mike Massey. George Buchanan, James Bragg, and Mike Massey. So those 3 people already have that pulled for them, and that's Now Alternative 80s, and that is a 2 LP compilation, $56.99. I posted the pre-order for that actually kind of early. I was waiting for these Nows to at least know we were getting them, because so many people pre-order these and they don't come when they're supposed to. And once again, this one was like a week late. So that's so to Leslie Holt. I've got one left. It's Blues Traveler, a 2 LP colored vinyl. I know it's 2 LP, but I'm not for sure on the colored vinyl. I don't know on that one. You may have to let me check. It has a barcode on the over the barcode, so that's usually indication of colored vinyl. The barcode ends in 9779, if that helps you out. But I don't remember that being colored vinyl, but I may be wrong. But it is a 2 LP. Now, here's another AC/DC restock we haven't had in a while, and that is Stiff Upper Lip. That's another one, just like the other one I'm about to show that we had last week, Ball Breaker. Stiff Upper Lip is $34.99, and that originally came out in 2000. That's why that's not easy to get on vinyl. AC/DC is $34.99. Stiff Upper Lip, $34.99 on that one. No waiting list for that. It's been a while since we've had it, though. $34.99 for AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip. And then this was a big restock from last week, and that was Megadeth Dystopia. If you didn't get one of these already, we got more. That's Megadeth Dystopia, single LP, $29.99. There was one person on the waiting list for that, Marty Ellis. Marty Ellis was on the waiting list for that, $29.99. I've got 10 more available. Dwayne Sevilla on AC/DC, and Richard Allen wants a Megadeth Dystopia. These are all new and sealed. I'm going to skip over the other AC/DC for right now so there's no confusion and show you Can't Buy a Thrill. We sold our last copy of that original huge order when this originally came out. We sold our last copy last week, so it was time to order a few more. So I got 5 more, and that's Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill. I think that original order I placed was 50 or 60 copies, and we sold our last one last week, and that's a remaster. I mean, I think it sounds pretty decent for the price. Of course, if you get your audio files talking, they'll say buy the $200 UHQR. But if you're not into that, this is not a bad copy. $36.99 for Can't Buy a Thrill. Okay, and then the other AC/DC was Ball Breaker. So if you want any of the 2 AC/DC, since there's 2 in here, let me know which one you want. Ball Breaker is $34.99. $34.99. Corner Blues, that's a 2 LP limited edition colored vinyl. That's what I was going to say. I mean, I know that I was pretty sure they were back out of stock. So let's go through that crate one more time. Now 80s Alternative. Now 80s Alternative is $56.99. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl, last copy. Also, last copy of Blues Traveler, live and acoustic, fall of 1997, $79.99. 2 LP, possibly colored vinyl. Then we have AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip, $34.99. One of those is sold to John Smetzer. Chris DeMoss wants a Megadeth Dystopia. And David Tate wants a Ball Breaker, AC/DC Ball Breaker. And so that's Stiff Upper Lip. And then the next record, of course, is Megadeth Dystopia. $29.99 for Megadeth Dystopia. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. AC/DC Ball Breaker is $34.99. So that's our first grading vinyl. Just a couple titles in there. Paul Brothers wants one each of the AC/DCs, Ball Breaker, and Stiff Upper Lip. That's what's available. Big sellers, that's why we got so many. And, of course, new releases, Blues Traveler, and then Now 80s alternative. B-52s, I see Mark Allman, The Stranglers, Tom Robinson, The Passions, Japan, Devo, Pixies, R.E.M., Pretenders, The Cure, Bauhaus, Sisters of Mercy, The Cult, The Clash, and David Sweevil wants a Megadeth. Okay, let's go ahead and go through the next crate of new vinyl. A lot of different type of stuff in that. And let me find it. It's right here. Let's go ahead and go through that. If anybody decides you want anything out of that last crate, go right ahead and be my guest. They're all still available. Jerry Stone wants a Stiff Upper Lip, and Leslie Holt wants the Blues Traveler. Actually, Josie asked right before Leslie. She actually gets dibs on that. What was the AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip for Jerry Stone? Okay. So this is the last copy of Blues Traveler we have. It's called Blues Traveler Live and Acoustic Fall of 1997, 2LP. I think it's colored vinyl. That is $79.99. Josie, if you pass, it's sold to Leslie Holt. And right before that, Jerry Stone got an AC/DC. There's Jerry Stone's AC/DC, and then there's Blues Traveler for either Josie or Leslie. Josie says she'll take it. So Leslie, if you're okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. I'll put you on a waiting list, Leslie, if that's okay. I think I can get more. I know I can. Let's go ahead and run some auctions. Since we're technically already been through 3 crates, I've pulled out a lot of stuff for Buy It Now Best Offer, and then there's a couple records I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and get these sold. I know if we put them up for auction at the right price, they'll get bids. Let's send some pretty good records, some great records to some great homes, is what I was trying to say. First is Van Halen 2. No condition notes on the vinyl. It does have the original inner sleeve. And yeah, the vinyl is actually really nice, Van Halen 2. We'll call it EX Plus just to be really conservative on that one. And the cover does have signs of ring wear, so we'll call that a VG approximately for what it is. Usually those covers are pretty nice. This one doesn't have any seam splits, just some signs of wear. Van Halen 2, though, is going to be a $15 start. $15 start on Van Halen 2. And then we have a Stevie Ray Vaughan Soul to Soul. The vinyl on this is EX Plus. It's very clean, very nice, and about a VG Plus cover. Stevie Ray Vaughan is going to be a $25 start. So $25 start on Stevie Ray Vaughan and a $15 start for Van Halen. That's our first 2 auctions of the night. Wasp, The Last Command. Wasp is $44.99. $44.99 for Wasp, The Last Command. Carnivore, limited crystal clear vinyl. Carnivore, got a restock of that, $28.99. That's new and sealed. Carnivore self-titled. Dio, I didn't realize we were so low on Dio. Master of the Moon. Dio is $31.99, newly remastered. Long out of print LP, 180 gram vinyl gatefold package. Dio is $31.99. Iron Maiden back in stock. The Final Frontier. Iron Maiden is $49.99 for The Final Frontier. I've got 3 of those available. Audio Slave, self-titled, $36.99 for Audio Slave self-titled. And there's more Quiet Rights if you missed one earlier. Metal Health, music on vinyl, single LP, $44.99 for Quiet Riot. And Disturbed, 10,000 Fists. This is something new we haven't had in a long time. This is $31.99. Includes the cover of Genesis, Land of Confusion, $31.99 on Disturbed. And Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless War. That is $38.99. So our auctions, we do have a bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan for $25, and we have a bid on Van Halen for $16. Disturbed is sold to Martin Pryor. So a lot of these, I think y'all remember the other night, I went through a lot of the metal stuff of our distributors. Some things I knew that would definitely sell. I went ahead and got 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of these I've only got 1, and then we'll take waiting list. This is Tuesday, so anything you're on a waiting list for, it's like you're buying it now. I promise you will have one this week, barring some unforeseen accident, like the UPS truck disappears somewhere and it's a conspiracy. This is sold to Martin Pryor. Darren Wortman is 2nd and Greg Rogers 3rd. So we'll put them on waiting list. And Matthew Christ wants an Audio Slave self-titled. That's sold to Matthew. We have Jerry Stone also on the Disturbed waiting list. Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99. Paul Brothers wants a Quiet Riot. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Another Disturbed, I guess if you want this one, it's called Indestructible. That would help me out in the comments. That one is $31.99. Disturbed, Indestructible, $31.99. And Carnivore, Retaliation. Carnivore is limited edition neon orange clear vinyl, $33.99. Martin Pryor, first on Disturbed. If anybody else wants one, same thing for that. There'll be a waiting list. They'll be in this week. Now, finally, we got all the Testaments back in. I've got 2 each of all of them available, and we have waiting lists. The first one was Testament Low, $44.99, and the waiting list for Testament Low was Sean McNeil. So Sean McNeil, we've already got one pulled, and your name is on it. And I've got 2 more copies of Testament Low, $44.99. Brett Mylin wants Carnivore. Brett, there's 2 Carnivores in here. I'm assuming you want Retaliation on limited neon orange clear vinyl. So we'll tag that one for Brett. Martin got the other Disturbed we have. Peter Espinoza wants Testament Low. That is so to Peter Espinoza. Okay, now let's update our auctions. I got 2 U.S. pressings, kind of like just a blowout start. This is at a really good deal right now. John Smetzer is at $25 on Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble Soul to Soul. John's at $25. Very clean vinyl, EX or EX Plus. Super nice cover. And Van Halen is at $16 with Jerry Wallace. This is an EX Plus copy as well of Van Halen 2 VG cover. Jerry Wallace is at $16. Back down to the bottom, we had Carnivore, we had Testament, Stevie Ray Vaughan 26, Van Halen 17, Stevie Ray Vaughan 30, Stevie Ray Vaughan 30. That's more like it. Okay, we have Disturbed is $29.99. Disturbed, The Sickness, $29.99. I got 2 copies of that Disturbed album, The Sickness. That's 2 copies left. They're available. The other Dio is on limited edition 20th anniversary red and orange swirl vinyl, $36.99. Randy Tabron on The Sickness. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $30. So that's the 3rd bid at $30. John Smetzer was in first. So Thomas and Jesse are out. And Jerry's back in on Van Halen at $20. Motorhead Overkill. That's $26.99. Single LP. And we got a restock of the Whitesnake. Now, like I said, I think 2 weeks ago now, I said 1987 Whitesnake was not in print in any way. It's really not, except for this import, which is a 2 LP with unreleased and live rare tracks. It's a 30th anniversary edition, $59.99. $59.99, and we sold 2 last week, and we had somebody on a waiting list, which was Paul Brothers. So Paul, your Whitesnake 87 Deluxe 30th anniversary is in. I've got 1 extra to sell, $59.99. Of course, that's the classic, you know, Still of the Night, Here I Go Again on My Own. It's remastered, remixed, and it has bonus tracks with remixes and live. You get live, Here I Go Again, This Is Love, Give Me All Your Love, live, Still of the Night. Very cool. That's $59.99. Okay, so Van Halen 20, Stevie Ray Vaughan 32, Stevie Ray Vaughan 35, another $35 bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. How much was Disturbed? The only one that's left is $29.99. The 2 we have waiting list for were also $29.99 and $31.99. Kyle Gregory wants both Motorheads. That is Motorhead Overkill and Motorhead Ace of Spades. Those are both sold to Kyle Gregory. Sean Druin wants Dio Killing. No, he wants Magic. That's back here. That is, no, wait a minute. Dio Magic. There must have been another Dio in here. Dio Magic. I've shown Killing the Dragon. I've shown Dio Killing the Dragon, and I've shown Dio Master of the Moon, Sean. Maybe that's the one you meant. Stevie Ray Vaughan 36, Andrew's out, and Sean wanted Master of the Moon. Okay, that's what I was thinking. That's sold to Sean, Master of the Moon. Genesis Invisible Touch, that is the half-speed mastering, 180 gram audiophile vinyl, $29.99 for Genesis. And Godzilla, had a lot of people ask about this. We only had 1 copy. No one was on a waiting list, but if you were on the fence, I've got 2. That's the original Godzilla, original soundtrack, $33.99. How much is Dio Dragon? Killing the Dragon is $36.99, Steve. 20th anniversary, red and orange swirl vinyl. 2 Godzillas. And the other Testament is The Legacy. The Legacy is $44.99 on Testament, The Legacy. Matthew Christ, first on Godzilla. That's sold to Matthew Christ, and I've got 1 left. And, of course, with all the metal crates, there's always some Taylor Swift. There's Reputation. It's a 2 LP picture disc, $49.99. Peter Espinoza wants Testament. That is The Legacy. That's sold to Peter. And the other Motorhead is Bomber, $26.99. I've been ordering all 3 of the, according to one of my distributors, the best-selling Motorhead albums, which is Ace of Spades, Overkill, and Bomber. So I've been ordering all 3 of those, and we've been selling them quite regularly now. Bomber is $26.99, and the other Testament is Souls of Black, $44.99, music on vinyl. Now, there was a waiting list for Testament Legacy. Brett Mylin and Sean McNeil, you was on a waiting list for Testament Legacy, and then Testament Souls of Black, Sean Druin, you was on a waiting list for that. So, Sean, you've already got one pulled with your name on it. That's on this week's invoice. Okay, so let's update our auction. Josie Wells is at 36. Josie Wells is the high bidder on Stevie Ray Vaughan for 36. And Van Halen 2 is at 20 with Jerry Wallace. 36 and 20, final call. Date of Stevie Ray Vaughan. It is an OG from 1985. That's an OG from 1985. Dwayne Sevilla wants Motorhead. That is Bomber. That's sold to Dwayne Sevilla. And we have Testament, $44.99. And guess what? More Taylor Swift, Fearless on gold vinyl, $46.99. All right, so I told y'all that was going to be a good crate. Now, I've got some over here that are also equally as good, but there's a disclaimer. When we unpackage new vinyl, if we have seam splits, we set them aside. All of these have light seam crackles at the top. If you want them, that's fine, or we're going to send them back. And some of these, I think, one of them I think is one of the last copies we could get, so it's like if we don't get these, then we can't get any more. So this is Avenged 7-fold, and actually Darren Wortman, if you're watching, you was on a waiting list for this one, Avenged 7-fold. This is $36.99 on red vinyl. They do have a light seam crackle, or some may call that a heavy seam crackle. And that is $36.99, Avenged 7-fold, red vinyl. That's 2 copies of that if anybody wants one. Keep in mind, those do have seam splits. We also have Dio Angry Machines, light seam crackle, $31.99 for Dio Angry Machines. The other Avenged is Nightmare on blue vinyl, $36.99. And then Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim, on gold vinyl, $33.99. Those all have light seam crackles. If that doesn't bother you, if anything, we can open it up and take out the vinyl for you. You know, it might help it a little bit better, so it don't get any more damage. But I think it'll be fine from there. It's just where it slides around, and that happens with this new vinyl. This is a very common occurrence, so we have to send back quite a bit because of that. Okay, let me go back up to the top. Stevie Ray Vaughan is 37. The vinyl is EX Plus. The cover's VG Plus, and we're about to sell Van Halen for 20. Kelly's at 37 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. David said sold on Whitesnake. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. I'm definitely going to order at least one more. Such a popular album. It's not available as a single LP, just import deluxe. That's sold to David Sweevel. Next is Terrell. He wants a Avenged 7-fold, which was this one. And Darren says he's okay with the seam split. And he was on a waiting list for this Tanner. I don't have them like copied, but we can tag that live. So those are both sold to Terrell and Darren. Peter Espinoza wants Dio Angry Machines. That's sold to Peter Espinoza. Tyler Sloan wants City of Evil. Tyler, I will put you on a waiting list for that, okay? I will put you on a waiting list for that. And Josie's at 38 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let's go ahead and sell Van Halen to Jerry Wallace for $20. Jerry, that's sold to you for $20. And I think David says he's passing on Whitesnake. So let me put that back in the bin. Now I can do the official recap. So let's do that right now. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $38 of Josie Wells. Okay, so recap on this bin. Let's go ahead and start another auction. If you're just joining us tonight, we're going to have a lot of on-sale vintage. We got some killer Japanese stuff, and the kind of U.S. copies we're selling right now. You're going to like this stuff. We're going to keep low start, really good LPs up for auction all night. And if not, we got great Japanese stuff. This is called The Best of Bob Dylan, a rare batch of Little White Wonder. And this was released in like 3 different volumes, and then they made this compilation. It's rare Dylan tracks. It is near mint. It's from 1977. I think it's from Spain. I think it's a Spain compilation. The Best of Bob Dylan. And that's a rare batch of Little White Wonder. That's a $15 start. Jesse's out on Stevie Ray Vaughan, so Soul to Soul is at $38 of Josie Wells. Final call on that. The 2 I have left with seam splits are Nightmare and Jim Croce. And Tyler's trying to convince somebody to give him his Avenged Sevenfold. Tyler, those are in stock. I'll definitely have one of those. Thursday night show, you're on a waiting list. You might as well consider you having one tonight. I promise we can get more of those. Avenged Sevenfold, Jim Croce, those have scene splits. And then the rest of the crate was White Snake, 1987, $59.99. Wasp, Last Command, $44.99. Carnivore on clear vinyl, $28.99. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, $49.99. $49.99 on Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. 2 copies left of Audio Slave self-titled, $36.99. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, $44.99. Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar, $38.99. Testament Low, $44.99. Disturbed, The Sickness, $29.99. Genesis Invisible Touch is $29.99. Godzilla, $33.99. Dio Killing the Dragon, Swirl Vinyl, $36.99. Testament Legacy, $44.99. Taylor Swift Reputation, $49.99. Testament Souls of Black, $44.99. And Taylor Swift Fearless, Taylor's version, $46.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Stevie Ray Vaughan to Josie Wells for $38. That was a deal. And the Best of Bob Dylan, a rare batch of Little White Wonder, is a $15 start. I'm about to get our new Japanese stuff up for auction right now. I've got to go grab this crate. I got 3 crates. I need to either wheel these up here or they're right here where I can grab them pretty quick. Let's go ahead and grab this. All right. So like I said, there's going to be a lot of on-sale vintage. I've found some stuff from like January and February that probably hadn't been shown again. Or probably hadn't been shown in a long time, and we're going to go ahead and make them major discounted at half off, trying to clear out some bins. Once again, our bins in the back are full, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 39. We have 39 crates of vintage around this table. 39 crates of vintage that we've shown in the last week or two that haven't sold, and we got to empty out some bins. So we move the old stuff to new homes. But some of this is pretty recent. I did see some stuff from April tucked in here. Yeah, there's some stuff from April, so half off. Hope everybody's ready. First record is A Little Touch of Schmilson and the Night. Harry Nilsson, as always, that's another staple you can guarantee on seeing a Harry Nilsson album. That is $10. I will be telling you the half off price. Everything's first come, first served. The Five Faces of Manfred Mann, very clean on the Ascot label. Very clean for the era of this record, $15. I'll be telling you the half off price. Everything's first come, first served. Catch the Wind. We 5. We 5 is in shrink wrap, $7.50. Kim Weston for the first time. Kim Weston is $12.50. She did some duets with Marvin Gaye, $12.50 for Kim Weston for the first time. The Golden Hour of Trad Jazz, Volume 4, $5. The Golden Hour of Trad Jazz, Volume 4, $5. Ian Whipcomb, You Can Turn Me On, that is $5. Ian Whipcomb. Pamela's at $16 on the Bob Dylan. That's going once, going twice. The Vandergraaf Generator, H2HE, Who Am the Only One. Wow, half off of $64.99. Somebody needs to take advantage of that. Half off of $64.99 on Vandergraaf Generator. That probably wasn't supposed to be in there. Rido Martin on Kim Weston. First sell out of here goes to Rido Martin. That starts half off. And Jimmy Spheris, that's a tough name. Isle of View, $5 on Jimmy. Does Ian Whitcomb have the custom inner sleeve? Let's take a look at it. It's in partial shrink wrap, and no, it's a generic white inner sleeve. Tower Records, and very clean. That is $5. Thomas Hujar on the Vandergraaf Generator. That's sold to Thomas. Show of Hands is $5. Formerly Anthrax. Nothing to do with the metal band. That's $5. And Jefferson Starship Modern Times, $7.50. Okay, so Thomas got that. Mike Cochran wants the Spheres. Jimmy is sold to Mike Cochran. Paul Brothers wants Manfred Mann. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. And let's do a final call on Bob Dylan. Pamela has the Bob Dylan, a rare batch of Little White Wonder for $16. That's a final call. And then I'm going to put up our first Japanese pressings. The Japanese stuff tonight is really good. Dwight Twilley Band. Twilley Don't Mind. $5 on Dwight Twilley. We have Doc Daughtery and Dave Bupp. Remember, that's $5 in shrink wrap after the half off. Stand By Me, Mr. Ernest Tubb, $5 on Ernest Tubb. Jim Mullen and Dick Morrissey up on Embryo. That is produced by AWB, I guess the Average White Band. EX Plus, that's $6 after the half off. Don Skepsky, 3 works for jazz soloist and symphony orchestra, $5 on that. Next comment was Michael Nath is at 20 on the Bob Dylan, and Terrell Boat Ernest Tubb, that's sold to Terrell. Cellcat, Motorcycle Mama, Cellcat is $10 after the half off. And Joey DeFrancisco's Goodfellas soundtrack, 180 gram vinyl, audiophile, limited edition. First time ever on vinyl, half off on that is $20. Half off on that makes it $20. Kenny Loggins and Jim Messina sitting in, that is $5. And we have Ian McLaughlin, Bump in the Night, $5 for that in shrink wrap. Pamela's out on Bob Dylan, so Michael Nath has that for $20. Final call, how much for Harry? Harry Nilsson was $10. The prices, I'm telling you, are the half off price. There's another Ian McLaughlin, Troublemaker, that's also $5. And the Inmates, First Offense, is $10. Pamela's out. John Stevens on Ian. John, let me know if you want Bump in the Night or Troublemaker, or you can have both of them. They're 5 and 5. And Christopher Brusha wants a Goodfellas. Christopher, I think you were on last night after we already ended the feed. I think maybe you got back on after we ended the feed, and you had asked, though, we get those comment notifications sometimes. You asked, do we have the Godfather Part 3 soundtrack? And we do. So, Christopher, we have 2 copies left. It's from Music on Vinyl. It's got a custom hype sticker on it with the Godfather logo. They're $39.99. They're actually limited to 1,500. They're numbered on the back. And I think that's the first time on vinyl, $39.99 for The Godfather 3. And I'm a fan, and I kept 3 of those myself. Why do I need 3? I don't know, but I have 3. Christopher got Goodfellas, and John Stevens wants Ian Bump in the Night. All right, let's go ahead and sell Bob Dylan to Michael Nath for $20. That's sold at auction to Michael Nath for $20. And Philip Shoemaker wants the Inmates, and that was half off at $10. That's sold to Philip Shoemaker. New toy, Lena Lovitch, $7.50. Robin Gibb, Secret Agent, $7.50 for Robin Gibb, Secret Agent. And the box tops, Dimensions, $10 on the box tops. Really clean copy on Bell Records. Crisp inner sleeve. Next is Where the Boys Are, Where All Your Dreams Come True. That's a soundtrack. Where the Boys Are, 1984. That is $10 after the half off. Let's get 2 Japanese auctions started. I had somebody ask, could we go ahead and run the Judas Priest? Let me find that. That was Judas Priest Killing Machine Japanese pressing, right? Judas Priest Killing Machine. There that is. And let's go ahead and get it out of the way. We can go ahead and get all the oohs and ahs out of the way. Y'all know what's coming. Let's go ahead and show it. First Japanese auction of the night. Moment of silence. One of the greatest yacht rock classics of all time, and it's a pristine, beautiful Japanese pressing. Literally a moment of silence. I muted my mic so I could take a drink of water. This is a $35 start. It's a pristine Pablo Cruz Worlds Away, $35 start. It's beautiful, near mint minus. It's got a perfect cover with a perfect obi and a perfect inner sleeve. Love will find a way. Someone has done you wrong. You thought that your love was gone. Now you feel like such a fool. Wow, those are some strong, powerful lyrics. Here's the original inner sleeve. This is a $35 start. 2-page Japanese flip. There's the lyric insert. Perfect cover with obi. Pablo was a hot commodity in Japan. That's now up for auction. Now, on a completely different spectrum, we have Judas Priest Killing Machine. This is a $55 start. Judas Priest Killing Machine. Judas Priest has a light scuff that runs across it right there. And side A is near mint and pristine. So side A is near mint and pristine. Side B is probably EX Plus. It has a non-audible, non-feelable scuff on it. $55 start on Judas Priest Killing Machine. Dwayne is in at 55. We also have the Japanese insert with it, 2-page flip, and there's the cover and Obi. Okay, so those are now up for auction. Back up to the top. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Christopher says he's going to pass on The Godfather. Not a problem. If anybody wants that, it's $39.99. That's the first time it was on vinyl. We got Inmates pulled. Let's see here. Pablo Cruz 35. Pablo Cruz 45. Pablo Cruz 55. No, Pablo Cruz 50. Judas Priest 55. So 50 on Pablo, 55 on Judas Priest. This thing's perfect. Worlds away. Okay, back to the half-off bin. John Denver, Win Song, $5. Everything in here, I'll be telling you the half-off price. We have 2020, that's $10. We're going to go through a lot of records tonight. I mean, you're going to see a lot of vintage stuff in tonight's sale. Killer Joe's International Discotheque, $10. That's an original from 1965. Steve Hunter, Swept Away, $10. Lynn's Farn, Nicely Out of Tune. Lynn's Farn is $10. Terrell Boatnight wants John Denver. That's so to Terrell. The band, Cahoots, that is $17.50 after the half off. Somebody's got it in the sleeve the wrong way, but the band is $17.50. Sherry Darnell wants Where the Boys Are soundtrack. That's so to Sherry Darnell. Jay Giles is $15 after the half off. We don't get that one as often. It's their self-titled debut, 4-digit Atlantic. Really nice copy. Judas Priest is at 55. Pablo Cruz is at 50. Final call, 55 and 50. We have Rare Bird, Epic Forest, $15 after the half off. Rare Bird, Epic Forest. Julius Hemphill, this is Coon Business. That is a 1975 promo, $17.50 after the half off. Thomas O'Brien on the Jay Giles. The Moody Blues, of course, A Question of Balance, $10 on the Moody Blues. Frankie Valli Solo, $5 on Frankie Valli. Lynn's Farn, Roll On Ruby. Lynn's Farn is $10. Brinsley Schwarz Original Golden Greats. That is a 1974 UK, $12.50. Next comment as a claim was Jared McLaughlin on the band Cahoots. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin. And John Smetzer on FV, which is Frankie Valli. That's sold to John Smetzer. Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, $15. That's a 2LP. Near Mint, Joni Mitchell, $15. Iron City House Rockers is $5. Have a good time, but get out alive. Matthew Southern Comfort is $7.50. Red Flag, count to 3. Red Flag is a 12-inch single. I'm going to say it's $5. I don't see a price on it. Bruce Springsteen in the E Street Shuffle. Bruce Springsteen is $10. And Three Dog Night Harmony is in shrink wrap. The vinyl is VG Plus, $7.50. Okay, it is time to sell Pablo Cruz. Pablo Cruz is sold to Mike Cochran for $50, a mint and pristine copy of Worlds Away. Now, we had Chris DiLorenzo bid $56 on Judas Priest. Dwayne came right back in at $57. Dwayne has Judas Priest at $57. We've already pulled Frankie Valli. Josie Wells wants Enigma. That's the record label for Red Flag. And Tanner, I said that was $5. John Stevens was second. Judas Priest is at $60 with Michael Thrower. Rare Earth in concert. Rare Earth is $15 after the half off. We have Orphan, Rock and Roll Reflection. That's a VG Plus, $7.50. The Best of Percy Sledge is going to be put up for auction. I forgot this was in here. That's why I put it in the front of the crate. This is autographed. The Best of Percy Sledge. It says, Percy Sledge, Love Always. I showed this the other night, and I kind of forgot we had it. This is an autographed copy. It's actually pretty nice vinyl, too, for the record, for a Percy Sledge record. This is going to go to a new home. I'm going to severely reduce the price, and we're going to put it up for auction. We have the Best of Percy Sledge, autographed, Love Always, Percy Sledge. Autographed on the back, $35 start. The Best of Percy Sledge. It's autographed on the back. Percy Sledge, Love Always. That's a $35 start. Judas Priest is at $60, then $61 and $61. We got 3 active bidders on Judas Priest. Brent's at $35 on Percy Sledge. We have Teen Beat a Go-Go, the Starfires. That is a VG Plus, $12.50. Yvonne Elman, Food of Love. That is $5. And Carly Simon Hotcakes is $5. Carly Simon Hotcakes. The band, Cahoots. This is a 180-gram copy. We just sold an OG earlier. This is a 180-gram remaster near mint, $12.50. Matthew Moore, Winged Horses, white label promo, $5 on Matthew Moore. Marion Maiden, It's a Beautiful Day. That's an EX copy for $5. Marion Maiden. Dion Warwick, that's an EX copy for $5. And Ian Deary, New Boots and Panties. This is a Speaker's Corner, 180-gram audiophile pressing, $20 after the half off. We have Judas Priest at $61. Dwayne Sevilla is the high bidder at $61. And we have Kyle Gregory at $48 on Percy Sledge. John Stevens wants the Ian Dury. That's so to John Stevens. NV, It's All Right. NV is $5 after the half off. My Way, Mara Lynn Brown. That's a white label promo, $10 after the half off. Thomas, you were second on Ian Deary. Percy Sledge is at $55. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Rock and Roll Nights, that's $7.50. China Crisis, What Price Paradise. China Crisis is $10 after the half off. Vitamin Z, Rites of Passage. Vitamin Z is $7.50. This is Laughing Soup Dish, $15 after the half off. Laughing Soup Dish. We Are the Dish, the Laughing Soup Dish. Mike Massey first on China Crisis. That's sold to Mike Massey. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, self-titled. No, this one's called How the Hell Do You Spell Rhythm? That's $7.50. Amazing Rhythm Aces. And Peter and Gordon, Knight and Rusty Armor. That's in shrink wrap for $5. Brent Rabley bid $55 on the autographed Percy Sledge. Michael's out on Judas Priest. Mike Massey got China Crisis. Chris says, and wasn't I at $61 on Judas Priest. The high bid on Judas Priest was Michael Thrower bid $60. Dwayne bid $61. Chris DiLorenzo bid $61. And there hasn't been a bid since then. So the high bid is Dwayne Sevilla was in first at $61. And so that means, Chris, you're out. You were, I guess, second. Dwayne was in first. Mark Querom, Mike, the China Crisis was called What Price Paradise. Mark Querom is first on the BTO, which was Rock and Roll Nights. Just Josie Wells wants Rusty Armor, which is Peter and Gordon. And Chris is at 62 on Judas Priest. Ken's at 63. So, got two great auctions up. I'm going to probably not do a lot of recaps after I go through these half-off bins. I'm just going to read some titles. Mike needs to put back China Crisis, not a problem. Just going to go through some stuff here at half-off. Probably going to go through this one, and then the ones in the future I'm going to try to go through a lot tonight. So, probably going to be pretty fast-paced. Harry Nilsson, I'm just going to tell you the title and the price very quickly. Harry Nilsson is $10. We 5, Catch the Wind, $7.50. Golden Hour of Trad Jazz, Volume 4, $5. Ian Whitcomb, You Turn Me On, that's $5. Show of Hands is $5. Jefferson Starship, Modern Times, $7.50. Dwight Twilley Band, $5. Doc Daughtery and Dave Bupp, Remember, that is $5. Jim Mullen and Dick Morrissey, Up, that is EX copy, $6. Don Sefsky, The Works of Jazz Soloist, $5. Cellcat, Motorcycle Mama, $10. Loggins and Messina, $5. And Ian McLaughlin is $5. Okay. First, Judas Priest is at 64, then 65. Chris Gardner commented Q. Let me know what Q was for. Thomas is going to get the China Crisis. Thomas, we've got your name on that. Tanner's already got it in the bin with your name on it. And then Brian C. wants Cellcat, Motorcycle Mama. So that is sold to Brian C. Let me find Cellcat. That was right here. That's sold to Brian C. Judas Priest is at 66 and now 70. Let's do an update on the best of Percy Sledge. It is autographed. And here's how I usually do autographs. I guarantee autographs to be authentic. If I look at an autograph and I'm like, this is authentic, then I guarantee it. If you ever have it authenticated by a third party like JSA, PSA, anywhere like that, and they say it's not real, and you bought it from us, I'll give you your money back. But I don't sell an autograph unless I know it's real. I believe this to be 99.9% authentic. It's Percy Sledge. It says, Percy Sledge, love always. He autographed the back copy of the best of Percy Sledge. The cover has a little bit of a wrinkle here and wrinkle in the back. The autograph's beautiful, though. Big red Sharpie, bold, and the vinyl's actually really nice. And Brent Robley has that at $55. That's the high bid. That's an authentic Percy Sledge. $55 on that. Jared McLaughlin wants the Dwight Twilley. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin. Let me pull the Dwight Twilley band for Jared McLaughlin. And we have Kenny Loggins. Loggins and Messina. What's the Messina? David Williams. That's Kenny Loggins and Jim Messina sitting in. That's $5. Lena Lovich, new toy, $7.50. Robin Gibb, Secret Agent, $7.50. The Box Tops Dimensions, $10. 2020 is still available. $10 on 2020. Killer Joe's International Discotheque, $10 from 1965. Swept Away, Steve Hunter, $10 on Steve Hunter. Lynn's Farn, Nicely Out of Tune, $10 on Lynn's Farn. And Rare Bird, Epic Forest is still available. On Polydor, just $15 on Red Bird. Larry Smith's at 57 on Percy Sledge. David Williams says he'll take the Loggins and Messina. Kyle's out on Percy Sledge. Brent's back in at 58. Harry Nilsson is near mint. No condition notes. Original orange label. That should be original. 73 orange label. And that's still available for $10. Let's see. Is Latin a Go-Go Killer Joe price? This is Killer Joe's International Discotheque. It is $10 after the half off from 1965. And it's Atlantic Records, original. Paul Gill, you were second on the Loggins and Messina. And then update on Judas Priest. Dwayne Sevilla's the high bidder on Judas Priest. Now going once, going twice for Killing Machine. Japanese pressing, $70 on that. Julius Hemphill is $17.50. The Moody Blues was $10. Another Lynn's Farn, Roll On Ruby, $10. We have Brinsley Schwartz, Original Golden Greats, $12.50. Joni Mitchell is $15. We have Iron City House Rockers is $5. Matthew Southern Comfort is $7.50. Bruce Springsteen is $10. Three Dog Night Harmony is a VG Plus, $7.50. Rare Earth in Concert, 2LP with that original backpack cover, that is $15. Rock and Roll Reflection, Orphan, VG Plus, that was $7.50. Teen Beat a Go-Go, The Starfires, VG Plus, $12.50. Yvonne Elliman is $5. Carly Simon, $5. The Band Cahoots, that's 180 gram remaster, $12.50. And Matthew Moore, Winged Horses, White Label Promo, $5. Marion Maiden, It's a Beautiful Day, $5. Dionne Warwick, $5. NV, It's All Right, $5. Marilyn Brown, My Way, White Label Promo, $10. Vitamin Z was $7.50. Laughing Soup Dish was $15. And the Amazing Rhythm Aces, $7.50. So Larry Smith is now the high bidder on Percy Sledge at $60. Brent, you're out. And final call on Judas Priest. Dwayne Sevilla has that for $70. John Moreno, everything in here is the price I'm saying. They're already half off. And as I always say when I'm doing a half off bin, it's half off, no more, also no less. I had it marked originally at $19.99, so that's $10. Plus, we'll be able to go through these a lot faster. They're the price I'm saying, no more or no less. Even if somebody tries to offer more, I won't take it. Right, Tanner? We won't. If I say $10 and somebody's like, you know what, Chad, I'll give you $12. I'm like, you know what? I'm passing. It's $10. Now, if Seth was running the show, oh my gosh, he'd be nickeling and diming y'all to death. That's why we keep him far away from the microphone. He would be nickeling and diming y'all to death. Okay, we're on a final call. Also, I see that are we on Facebook right now? My restream says 1 of 1, and I can't see Facebook. I says it's like 1 of 1. Okay. I was making sure. Brent said he bid 65 on Percy Sledge, but I don't see it. And John says he'll take Killer Joe. My restream comments went off though. Okay, we're back on now. There we go. Feed, yeah, see down here I see this little 2 of 2. That tells me what I'm connected. And Facebook went offline for a second. Okay, so Brent, if anybody was bidding, let me give this some more time. If in the last 3 minutes you were trying to buy something or bid, let's do that again. The last bid that I can see is Percy Sledge at 60. And I saw that Brent bid 65, but I can't see it until he bids it again. And Killing Machine was at 70. And if we're done on that, let me know. John Marino is going to take the Killer Joe's International. Okay, so here's, and Sean wants Rare Earth. Your side stream. Okay, it is running now. Sometimes Restream kicks it off, but we got it now. What was that other record? Rare Earth. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. Surprised not more than just one person was on that. Okay, so I think everybody's done on Judas Priest. So Dwayne, just so you know, I lost connection there for a few minutes. Dwayne has this for $70, but we're about to sell it to him. I think everybody's out. And now the high bid on Percy Sledge is at 65. And Fred asked the track listing. That's really, I guess, kind of important, but the main reason we're bidding on it, it's autographed on the back. It's autographed by Percy Sledge. That's between Larry Smith, which now he's out, so Dwayne has that, or excuse me, Brent has that at 65, and that's a final call. The last Bruce Springsteen was E Street Shuffle. It was $10. More half-off records. We have Don Menza, his 80s big band, Burning, $10. I'll be telling you the half-off price. I'm going to be going through these pretty fast, and we're going to keep great auctions rolling as soon as these are over. This is called Blue Jug. It's EX, $7.50. The Great Hawkshaw Hawkins, $5. Red Rockers, Good as Gold, 1983 Holland Press, $10 on Red Rockers. The legendary Johnny Burnett Rock and Roll Trio, 1984 UK, $20 after the half off. The price on Julius Hemphill, that was $17.50, Neil. 12-inch single from the Village People, Ready for the 80s, double-sided promo, that is $6.50. Red Rockers, there's a lot of records in here, I'm losing my place. Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks, Where's the Money? That's an EX copy for $8. And Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls, $5 on Dan Fogelberg. Firefall Undertow, $5 on Firefall. Angel on Earth That Is in Heaven, $10 on Angel. And Johnny Rivers, Outside Help, $5. Okay, let's end these auctions. Brent Robley gets the autographed Percy Sledge for $65, the best of Percy Sledge. And Judas Priest Killing Machine is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $70. The last question was Jim Anstant wants Harry Nilsson. I believe that was out of the last bin, right? Several people asked. I think he's going to go ahead and claim it. That was Jim Anstant, Harry Nilsson. That was $10. Charlie Beasley wants Blue Jug. That's out of here. That's sold to Charlie Beasley. And we have Elvis Costello Trust, Gold Stamp Promo, $12.50. The Nice Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $5. It's a 77 US reissue. And Wes Bruce and Lang is EX, $8.50. Now, before I go any further in this crate, let's go ahead and introduce our next auctions. We got some really cool stuff here, including, we just did Judas Priest and Pablo Cruz and the autographed Percy Sledge. I'm going to do one Japanese, and then I've got another cool auction over here in the US pile. The first is the Star Wars soundtrack from the Japanese bin, and then we're going to do a Bob Dylan self-titled. So the Star Trek soundtrack is a $45 start. This is really cool. This is Star Trek The Empire Strikes Back, Japanese pressing, 2 LP, music composed and conducted by none the less John Williams. $45 start. Really nice cover of Obi. Check out the artwork on the back. $45 start. These Japanese pressings are awesome. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. Both LPs are near mint and pristine. Should have a lot of interest in this. And it's got some really cool inserts with it. Has a Japanese insert, and then it also has a booklet. Lots of pictures, dialogue. It's mint. There's no foxing, no discoloration on this one. It is a top copy. Also a really cool Obi. That's very nice. And then something I pulled out of a bin I found in the back. I got a 62 Pittman stereo press of Bob Dylan. 62 Pittman stereo press of Bob Dylan. Now this album originally came out on a 60i, a 6i, not a 60i, a 6i. It does have a label strip on the top. Somebody owned it named Ace. Generic inner sleeve. So it's a 62 stereo Pittman. And that's a VG and about a VG cover. So we'll call that VG, $20 start on Bob Dylan. But it is an earlier pressing. Usually have that. We get some kind of 70s reissue. That's a 62 press, $20 start. Okay, we have, back up to the top, make sure I didn't miss any claims. We have, did Gary Newman. We still have Gary Newman. That will be coming up. We've only sold 2 or 3 Japanese records so far out of that flip video. Michael Mofield on Firefall. That's sold to Michael Mofield. And Star Wars 60, Star Wars 45. We have Star Wars 47, Star Wars 46. And we have back cover Dylan, please, especially near the top. Here is Bob Dylan. This Columbia stereo fidelity recording is designed for use on 33 and RPM stereophonic reproducers. Okay. If I said Star Trek, I apologize. I definitely know the difference. My bad. I get into a hurry sometimes. Okay, Jerusalem, Volume 2, $7.50. I'll be going through a half-off bin. We have Bing Crosby, Feels Good, Feels Right. That is $5. Start on Dylan is $20. The Skyliners, Once Upon a Time. That's a promo copy. Skyliners is $7.50. Twisting in Orbit, Joe Houston. VG copy, $7.50. The Skyliners, I've already showed that one. The Pointer Sisters Breakout, EX copy, $5 on the Pointer Sisters. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, 4 in blue. That's an EX copy. Smokey Robinson, $10. Village People, Can't Stop the Music. VG plus $5 on the Village People. Rod Stewart Smiler is $10. Rod Stewart is $10. Ben Miller Band, Any Way, Shape, or Form. That is $10 for the Ben Miller Band, Any Way, Shape, or Form. The Hello People Fusion, $10 on the Hello People. And Roger Cook, meanwhile, Roger Cook is $7.50. Black Rose, John David Souther, $7.50. 16 Men Swingin', Count Basie, $10 on Count Basie. That's a 2 LP from Verve. And a 12-inch single from the Mastodon Committee, Musicgram on Enjoy Records, $7.50. So we have Star Wars at $47 with Nicholas Pendergrass. Star Wars is at $47 with Nicholas Pendergrass. That's going once, going twice. John Marino, actually, Star Wars is at $62. See, I got a $62 bid with Rich Shockley, SW62. Dylan is at $20. Dylan's at $22. Josie Wells wants Ben. Let me find Ben. That was Ben Miller Band. That's sold to Josie Wells. Stevie Lee wants to Count Basie. Charlie Beasley on Black Rose. That's sold to Charlie Beasley. We have Josie's at 50 on Star Wars. Colin Butler on this Mastodon Committee 12-inch single. That's sold to Colin Butler. 25 on Dylan. Brent Robley wants the Smokey Robinson. And we have King Joe Carisco and the Crowns. Hadn't mastered his last name yet. $7.50. We have Graham Nash, Wild Tales. Graham Nash is $10 after the half off. Wax, Magnetic Heaven. Wax is $5. And Bette Midler, The Divine Miss M, that's a quad pressing. $10 on Bette Midler. Lee Ritenour, Captain Fingers, $5 on Lee Ritenour. Fred Astaire, the Irving Berlin Songbook, $5 on Fred Astaire. And John Lennon is sealed. There's some tears in the shrink wrap, but it's a sealed copy of Double Fantasy, $15. Daniel Fowler on Nash. Graham Nash and Tanner, that was $10 after the half off. Brandon Lax at $65 on Star Wars. Terrell Boat Knight on Bette Midler. And John Young wants the John Lennon, the sealed John Lennon. Okay, so update on Dylan. Dylan's a 62 Pittman stereo. 1962 Pittman stereo. His first album. It's still a second press, but still early for what it is, being 62. VG. Dylan is at $27. And then Star Wars is at $65 with Brandon Lack. It's Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, 2 LP, near mint and pristine Japanese pressing with obi, insert, and booklet. And overall, it's a beautiful copy. High bid on that is $65. Paul T, somebody's already claimed Smokey Robinson, so you're second. And John Moreno's at $30 on Bob Dylan. Walter Wanderley is $5. That's on Tower Records. And Wings Over America, triple LP, live Wings, $20. Is it a 1980 pressing? I can't say yes or no for sure on that. The OB is MWZ8113/4, if that helps you out, or somebody can check that. I don't know. It says 1980 on the back, but I don't know when it was pressed. I'm assuming it is. I would think so. I mean, or if you're asking if it's like a first press, but it's these the Japanese pressings. Just for clarification, none of these are new. These are all original Japanese or vintage Japanese pressings. If that's what you're wanting to know, it's not anything new. All the Japanese stuff, I know some of it looks perfect and brand new. These are vintage copies. Now, if it's a first pressing, we might have to check on that or an exact year, but these aren't new, if that's what you're asking. Okay, we have Colin Butler on Walter Wanderley. Does it have the original inner sleeve? John's looking for some Tower inner sleeves. No inner sleeve on that one either. That's sold to Colin Butler at half off. It was $5. And we have, what kind of Leonard Skinner? This is pronounced Leonard Skinner, $69.99, Analog Productions. Analog Productions 2LP. There's Wings Over America. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That is $13.50. The Best of Peter and Gordon is $5. And More Sherlock Holmes Adventures. More Sherlock Holmes, that's spoken word, 9 complete cases. You can listen to Sherlock Holmes for $10. And Arlo Guthrie Amigo is $10. Terrell Boatnight wants Dylan's Greatest Hits. We need to do a final call. Star Wars is at $65 with Brandon Lack, final call. And Bob Dylan's at $30 with John Moreno. Dylan's at $30. VG, Star Wars, of course, is near mint. $65. Ryan Anderson, you are second on Bob Dylan. Songs for Beginners, Graham Nash is $5. Colin Butler wants the Sherlock Holmes box set. We have Wishbone Ash is $7.50. And Sharks or Sparks? Sharks. Sharks is a VG plus $5. How much was Angel? Angel was $10 after the half off. Daniel Fowler on Wishbone Ash. That's sold to Daniel Fowler. Mose Allison, I've been doing some thinking. That's a VG copy for $5. Rich is back in on Star Wars at $66. Ryan, you were second on Wishbone. The Bee Gees, Cucumber Castle, that's a VG copy for $5. We have Jefferson Airplane, Volunteers, that's EX, $12.50. The Best of John Hammond, EX copy, $5. And Jay Giles Live, Blow Your Face Out, $13.50. Jared McLaughlin first on NAS. That was possibly Nash. If so, give that to Jared McLaughlin. Beverly Hisner first on the Sharks. That's sold to Beverly. And Joe Sloop wants Angel. We'll make sure that Chris Wood Sr. doesn't want it. If Chris Wood Sr. doesn't want Angel, then it's sold to Joe Sloop. And Roger Ramjet first on JH, which was John Hammond. And Thomas O'Brien first on J. Giles. And Kelly needs the Mose details again. This is Mose Allison. I've been doing some thinking. It is a VG copy for $5 on Atlantic Records. VG $5. Kelly, next comment. Jim Anstant first on the Bee Gees. And Chris said he passes on Angel. So that does go to Joe Sloop. Charlie Beasley, you were third on Wishbone Ash. And Kelly says she'll take Mose. Now, I need to make sure did somebody else bid on Star Wars? Yeah, Rich bid 66 on Star Wars. So this is still going. Who was at 65? Brandon Lack. You're out now on Star Wars. Rich is at 66, so let me know if you want back in or out. And that's at 66 now with Rich Shockley and Bob Dylan. We had a bump from Adam Stein and then John Moreno. Let me know if you're in or out because Adam Stein is now the high bidder on that at 31. So those got some dollar bump bids. They're up a little bit longer. Night Watch, Kenny Loggins, $5. And we have, I Want to Hold Your Hand, Beatlemania by the Schoolboy, 64 mono, VG $5. And these are final calls. Charlie Musselwhite, Memphis, Tennessee, that is $20. That's from 1970, $20 after the half off. Charlie Musselwhite, Memphis, Tennessee. Brandon's back in at Star Wars. And Artie Shaw and his orchestra featuring Roy Eldridge, $5. Josie Wells wants the Beatlemania. Pamela was second. Brent Robley on Charlie Musselwhite. Jared, you were third on Beatlemania. And Adam, you were second on Charlie. Grover Washington Jr., Then and Now. That's a sealed copy from 1988. $10. Michael, you were third on Charlie Musselwhite. The Manhattan Transfer is $5 after the half off. Best of Bee Gees, Volume 2. $7.50. Best of Bee Gees. Handmade, Mason Williams, $5 on Mason Williams. The Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan is $10. Live at Bill Graham's Fillmore West, featuring Michael Bloomfield, Taj Mahal, and others. That is $10. Brent Robley on MT, which is Manhattan Transfer. And we have Charlie, No Second Change, $7.50. Pamela is first on the Bee Gees, Best of Bee Gees Volume 2. Charlie Beasley first on Live at Bill Graham's Fillmore. Now, we need to wrap up these auctions. If you're done bidding on any auction tonight, please let me know if you're in or out as soon as possible, or you can bid again. I'm about to sell this to Brandon Lack for $67. Rich just bid $68, so this is still going. Rich is at $68 on Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. Now, we had got down to John Marino and Adam Stein. John has, I don't think, said in or out, but Adam Stein has this for $31. So, John, if you could let me know if you're in or out, or did he bid again? Who bid? Did he bid? I just can't see it because Adam just said out. Where are we at on Dylan? I don't see any other. Adam bid 31. Did someone bid more than 31? Adam, you have this at 31. I don't see anybody else's bids right now. And Star Wars is at 68, now 70. So, Rich, you're out on Star Wars. Tom and Jerry's Rockets on the road again. That's a VG copy, $15. It's signed. White label promo, VG copy, $15. Rich is out on Star Wars. Brandon has that at 70. And Paul Simon self-titled. That's a VG plus $6, 72 Terre Haute. I'm at 32 on Dylan. Okay, I didn't see that. So 32 on Dylan with John Marino, final call, and 32 on Star Wars, or excuse me, $70 on Star Wars final call. So 70 and 32. Those are final calls. Josie Wells first on Paul Simon. That's so to Josie Wells. It's a beautiful day. Self-titled. VG Plus, $5. It's a beautiful day. If no one has that already, you need to grab it. The Pair Extraordinaire. That's a VG Plus, $5. 1966 mono. 66 mono. And the Jackson's Destiny is a VG copy, $12.50. 1978 white label promo. VG, $12.50. 78 white label promo. And Gerard Cacciatore wants It's a Beautiful Day. That's so to Gerard. All right. Very, very quick recap on this bin. Terrell Boat Knight wants the Jacksons, and then I'm going to go grab a new one. I may just read titles in here to save a little bit of time. Everything in is half off. And I've got another crate already ready in the back. And then after that, we'll start going through even more. And I'm about to end these auctions. Let me show just a few records. Don Mesna, his 80s big band. We have the Village People 12-inch single. Great Hawkshaw Hawkins, Red Rockers. The legendary Johnny Burnett Trio, Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks, Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls, Johnny Rivers, Outside Help, Elvis Costello still available, $12.50, and the Nice Greatest Hits. That's VG plus $5. Billy Underwood on DM. I bet that was Don Mensna. That is $10 after the half off, so to Billy Underwood. Let's go ahead and sell Star Wars for $70 to Brandon Lack, and let's go ahead and sell Bob Dylan to John Marino for $32. Those are both sold. We have Elvis Costello. That's sold to Paul T at half off. Next is West Bruce and Lang, Why Don't You? EX, $8.50. Jerusalem, Bing Crosby, Twistin' in Orbit, Joe Houston, the Skyliners, the Pointer Sisters Breakout, the Village People, and Rod Stewart Smiler was $10. All right, let's grab our next two Japanese pressings. I think somebody asked for something earlier, Gary Newman. We'll go ahead and run that one. And our next auction over here is actually a Beach Boys album. I've got another Bob Dylan on standby too, but we'll do this one first. Let's see here. Gary Newman is going to be a $45 start. This is Telecon. It's a near mint and pristine Japanese pressing of Gary Newman Telecon. Always getting asked about Gary Newman albums. He did a big reissue a couple years ago. At one time we had a whole bin full of Gary Newman albums on new vinyl. Don't anymore. Gary Newman's a $45 start. Chris is at $50. This is near mint pristine. It has the original inner sleeve with it. Gary Newman Telecon. And this does not have cars. No, that's on the Pleasure Principle. This one's called Telecon. $50 start on Gary Newman. And then this is one I pulled out of the bins. This is the Beach Boys Friends. It's a 68 Los Angeles stereo copy, $10 start. It's got some writing on the cover. It's got a punch-out perforated that says free, which sometimes means promo, but it's not marked anywhere, promo. Original label, 68 Los Angeles Press. VG copy, $10 on that. $10 on that. Now, before all that, Kyle Gregory put PS. I think that was for the Pointer Sisters. That sold to Kyle for $5. Thomas was at 45 on Gary Newman. Chris is at 50. We have the Hello People Fusion. Roger Cook, Meanwhile, Captain and Tennille. John Denver, Farewell Andromeda. Wax, Magnetic Heaven. Joe King, Lee Rittenauer. Fred Astaire. Wings Over America is still available. Triple LP, $20. The Best of Peter and Gordon. Yeah, Best of Peter and Gordon. Arlo Guthrie. Volunteers, Jefferson Airplane. Kenny Loggins, Night Watch. Artie Shaw and his orchestra. Grover Washington Jr. Mason Williams. The Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan. Charlie. Tom and Jerry's Rockets. And the Pair Extraordinaire. If anybody wants prices on anything in there, let me know. Those will be right here behind me. Let me go grab a new crate. We've got Gary Newman at 55, and we're looking for a $10 start on the Beach Boys. $10 start on the Beach Boys. Let me go grab a crate of new half-off stuff. New half-off stuff beginning right now. It suddenly got really hot in here again. All because I'm toting crates back and forth. Rydell wants the Pair. Chris Gardner's at 57 on Gary Newman. Final call if anybody wants to get in on the Beach Boys. You can go right in some half off. I think this one has some really good titles in it. So I hope everybody's paying attention. The Pair Extraordinaire, so to Rydell Martin. Gary Newman 58 and Gary Newman 65. Got all kinds of great Japanese pressings tonight. They're going to be up for auction all night while we're showing discounted records. Great American Eagle Tragedy, Earth Opera. That's EX, $7.50. I'll be telling you the half-off price. Everything is first come, first serve in here. The Fallen Angels is VG, $15. Everything is half off. First come, first serve. Butts Band, EX, $10 on the Butts Band. It's a Big Bad Beautiful Day. That's a VG Plus on Beautiful Day, $5 on that. Chet Huntley presents the Best of Washington Humor. Best of Washington Humor, $7.50. Divinyls, In My Life, 12-inch single, $5 on Divinyls. And Ian and Sylvia's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Ian and Sylvia is $7.50. Sandy Nelson, Beat That Blank Drum, in shrink wrap, $5 on Sandy Nelson. Gene Vincent's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $6. This is the Modern Jazz Quartet. VG Plus, $10 is an original 1957 Deep Groove Mono. Original Jazz Quartet. There's Gene Vincent again. Jammin' with Edward, members of the Rolling Stones. VG copy, $6. Jammin' with Edward, that's a VG copy. And the Who Sellout is VG, $8.50 on the Who Sellout. All right, so Gary Newman's at $65. Everyone has been extremely silent since that. Thomas, let me know if you're in or out. Chris Gardner, let me know if you're in or out. And that's the other two people bidding. Chris is back in at 67. And let's sell the Beach Boys. If anybody wants that, that's $10. The Beach Boys Friends, $10 buy it now on that. See if anybody claims that. Next or first is, out of this bin, is John Stevens on Divinyls, Charlie Beasley on Jazz, Modern Jazz Quartet, and John Stevens wants Jammin' with Edward. Gary Newman's at 67 with Chris Gardner, and Thomas is back in at 68. So now, Michael Ling, you're out. George Jones, by request, and shrink wrap with hop stickers. $5 on George Jones. John Cougar Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee. $10 on Mellencamp. Robert Gordon with Link Ray, Fresh Fish Special. Robert Gordon, $10. Jerry Lee Lewis, When Two Worlds Collide. Jerry Lee Lewis, $5 in shrink wrap. Jerry Lee Lewis, Would You Take Another Chance on Me? Jerry Lee Lewis, $5. And Scott Henderson and Tribal Tech, $10 after the half off. Thomas is at 68 on Gary Newman. Craig first on Robert Gordon. Paul Gill first on George Jones. That is right here. That's sold to Paul Gill. Terrell was second on George Jones. And Terrell was first on Jerry Lee Lewis. Let me know which one you want. Well, would you take another chance on me or Two Worlds Collide? Or you can have both of them. Terrell, I'll leave that in pending. Michael Mofield first on John Mellencamp. We have Charlie Beasley. You were third on George Jones. Michael Thrower wants Scott Henderson. Paul Gill gets both Jerry Lee Lewis. Actually, hold on a second. Paul put J.L. twice. You were second. Terrell was first to Jerry Lee Lewis, and he wants both of them. That's so to Terrell Boat Night and Gary Lewis. Gary Lewis is at $68, now $70 with Michael Ling. And we're going to sell the Beach Boys to Colin, $10 on the Beach Boys to Colin Butler. The Who sellout is still available. Let's see, what was that? That was the Beach Boys. We got a Japanese pressing of Gary Newman. Let's pick something out of this bin. This looked like a very nice copy of Slow Hand just to be laying around in the bins. Eric Clapton Slow Hand is a $15 start. Gatefold, a classic. Mr. Slow Hand himself, Eric Clapton. First track is Cocaine. That tells you anything about how good of an album it is. $15 start. It's a near mint copy, VG plus cover. Washington Humor Condition. That is near mint. Really nice cover too. It's on Cameo, and the vinyl is also, yeah, that's more so probably EX plus than near mint minus, but we don't have any condition notes on it. Josie Wells first on The Who. Thomas is at 71 on Gary Newman, $15 start on Clapton. Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel in shrink wrap, $10 on Linda Ronstadt. Nat King Cole, A Blossom Fell. Nat King Cole is $5. Let's say the autograph the back, but it's just made like that. $5 on Nat King Cole. Al Stewart, Past, Present, and Future, $7.50 on Nat King Cole. And this is Graham Parker, the Up Escalator, $7.50 on Graham Parker. The Birds, Farther Along, $13.50 on the Birds in shrink wrap near mint. Jimmy, if you want to bid on Eric Clapton, you might want to put EC and then $15 so I know you're bidding. Sherry says she'll take the Washington Humor album. That's sold to Sherry Martell. Michael Ling is at 75 on Gary Newman. Kyle Gregory first on Nat King Cole. And John Young first on the Birds. Everything in here is half off. I'm telling you the half off price. The Nostalgic Voices and Sounds of Old Time Radio, $7.50. Mike Berry, I'm a Rocker. Mike Berry is $7.50. The Tubes, Remote Control, $10 on the Tubes. Nick Lowe, The Rose of England, $10 on Nick Lowe. And the McCoys, Human Ball. The McCoys is in shrink wrap, $17.50. Very nice vinyl. Next comment, all the Jerry Lewises are sold. JLL or Gone Paul, Paul Gill. Paul Brothers gets Linda Ronstadt. Jimmy's at 15 on Eric Clapton. Going once, going twice. Charlie, you were second to Washington Humor, and Terrell gets the Old Time Radio. That's sold to Terrell. Here's where we're at on Gary Newman. Michael Ling is at $75 on the Mint Japanese Telecon. $75 to Michael Ling. Had to take a drink of water. 16 on Clapton, now 19. The Fire Sign Theater, $7.50. Everything you know is wrong. PUP, P-U-P, is a 5th anniversary picture disc, $12.50 on PUP. Nick Kershaw, The Riddle, $10 on Nick Kershaw, The Riddle. Steve Kuhn, Nonfiction, that's in shrink wrap, $5. Thomas is out on Gary Newman. So Michael Ling has that for $75. Now a final call. Pat Metheny with Charlie Hayden and Billy Higgins, Rejoicing. That is $5. Charlie Beasley on Fire Sign Theater. That's so to Charlie Beasley. Eric Clapton's at $20. Keith Sykes, Fun Rockin'. Keith Sykes is $10. James Taylor, Flag. Gold Stamp Promo, $7.50. Josie Wells on PMW. Pat Metheny, that's so to Josie Wells. Brad was second. Josie was first on that. AJJ, Good Luck Everybody, $10. AJJ, $10 after the half off. Craig Johnson first and James Taylor. And we have Onslaught, The Force. A VG copy, $12.50 from 1986. Onslaught is $12.50. Paul Gill, you were second on James Taylor. Precious Metal, That Kind of Girl, that is sealed from 1988, $15. Jim Engelman first on Onslaught. Gary Newman is, actually, that's already a final call. Eric Clapton is now a final call. John Smetzer has that for $20. Final call on Slow Hand. Very nice copy on the vinyl, VG Plus or better cover. Stevie Lee, you were second on Onslaught. Steppenwolf, At Your Birthday Party, $10 after the half off. Don McLean Solo, 2LP, $7.50. Original soundtrack to Ferruccio Fellini's La Dolce Vita. Music by Nito Rota. That's EX, $10. It's a 61 mono. It's a classic film featuring Nico, as in Velvet Underground and Nico. That's $10 after the half off. NYC Mayhem for real. 2014 US pressing, $15 on that. Michael Nath wants that. We have Don Everly, Brother Jukebox, EX, $5. Final call on Eric Clapton. I think Gary Newman, I'm going to sell those at the same time. Gary Newman's done, 75, but I'm about to sell Clapton. The Begatting of the President, Orson Welles, 1972 reissue, $5. Deep Purple, made in Japan, a VG copy, $11. Deep Purple, VG, $11. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. This is John F. Kennedy's inaugural address and other speeches, $10. Sean Fairweather on NYC, Paul Jackson on Deep Purple, Colin Butler on Orson Welles, and there's technically the second Kennedy record of the night. That's actually spoken word. He was speaking on the other one too as some of his humorous side, but that's the actual speeches. And this actually might have been pressed. No, it says last speech, Dallas, Texas. So, yeah, most of these were made after he died. There's not a lot that were actually made, I think, while he was in office. I look at most of them, and it's like his final speech, or it says something about him being assassinated. There's not many where they're actually made while he was still alive. Terrell Boatnight is first on JFK. Michael Ling gets the Gary Newman, sold at auction for $75, and John Smetzer gets the Clapton for $20. All right, let me pull 2 new Japanese pressings, or at least one more, and I'll pull something else out over the U.S. pile. I got another really nice Dylan record for what it is. And there might be some people waiting on Kiss. I got some other really nice stuff in here. We sold a copy of this last night, and then somebody else wanted one later, so we'll try this next. And Dylan, first is a mint copy of Blondie, Eat to the Beat. I think we had one of these last night. $45 buy it now, or excuse me, $45 start. We sold one last night. This is Blondie, Eat to the Beat. This is a $45 start. It is mint pristine vinyl cover, and it has the original inner sleeve and the Japanese insert. That is complete. $45 start. Blondie, Eat to the Beat. $45 start on that. Now, the Dylan is the freewheeling Bob Dylan. This is a 63 stereo press. 1963 stereo press. Columbia 2i 360 sound. VG plus condition. VG plus condition. The dead wax is XSM 58719 3AB. XSM 58719-3AB. Side 2 is XSM 58720-2H. This is a 63 stereo. VG plus condition. $25 start on that one as well. $25 start on the freewheeling Bob Dylan. Blondie has a bid for $45. We'll do the Rolling Stones, and we'll do Supertramp on deck. Stone the Crow, Teenage Licks, back to the crate. Everything I'm reading you is the half-off price, no more, no less. They're first come, first serve. Stone the Crow is VG plus, $6. David Sanborn, As We Speak, EX plus, $5. Tim Story, Untitled, $7.50 on Tim Story. David Matthews with Whirlwind, Shuggy Wanna Boogie, $7.50. Al Jarreau is $5 on Al Jarreau. Satin Chickens, Rhinoceros, is in shrink wrap, $12.50. And the English Congregation, Softly Whispering, I Love You. It's a sealed copy, $6.50. Okay, so Supertramp, Blondie 45, Tawana Bennett wants Stone the Crows. That was the first record right there. That sold to Tawana. Neil was second. Blondie's at 46. Ron was third on Stone the Crows. Christopher was fourth, maybe, on SC, Stone the Crows, I'm assuming. Wow, a lot of people after that one. And Scott Snee first on Tim Story. That sold to Scott Snee. Kyle Gregory is at Kyle Gregory first on AJ. Thank you. And 48 on Blondie, and Neil Brashear on Rhino. Okay, so we had Blondie at 46. And Blondie's now at 50, and Aunt Ryan put Dylan 65. Now I just want to make sure you are bidding 65. I did say a $25 start on that. But if you're bidding 65, that's great. But I did say a $25 start on that. Mickey Newberry Lovers, $10 on Mickey Newberry. That's in shrink wrap. Mercy, Love Can Make You Happy. That's in shrink wrap, $7.50. Don Cherry. Don Cherry is $12.50. That looks like a 180-gram copy. Music from Free Creek. Music from Free Creek is $13.50. Another Mickey Newberry, Lovers, $10. Eric Clapton is a 73 all-disc pressing. 73. This is $17.50. Eric Clapton, $17.50. Crazy Horse is $15 on Crazy Horse. And Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parkerilla, $10 on that. Blondie's at 50, Dylan's at 25, 30, and 30. Sherry Darnell first on Clapton. Scott Smith first on CH, which is Crazy Horse. And Christopher was second. The Band, Islands, $12.50 on The Band. Jesse Colin Young is $5. Jesse Colin Young. Casino Lights, featuring David Sanborn, $5 on Casino Lights. Natalie Cole, Everlasting. Natalie Cole is $5. Danny Wild is $5. We also have Don Everly, Sunset Towers. Don Everly is EX, $5. Elvis Costello, Armed and Dangerous, $20 after the half off. Elvis Costello, $20. It looks like some kind of bootleg maybe. Ruby and the Romantics, Making Out. That is a sealed copy, $5. And Dave Clark 5's Greatest Hits, Glad All Over. That is $6.50. Okay, Blondie's at 50 with Thomas. Final call. Then Dylan, we had 25, 30, and 30. We've already pulled Eric Clapton and Crazy Horse. Dylan 35, Dylan 40. Neil needs to put back Rhinoceros. So that's still available. Rhinoceros, Satin Chickens, Near Mint Shrink Wrap. Beautiful vinyl too, $12.50. Dylan's at 35, Dylan's at 40. Mike, all the JFK records are sold. And Charlie Beasley wants the Dave Clark 5. So we're about to sell Blondie. Looks like we're still bidding on Dylan. And I started that LP much, much less than what we originally had it stickered for. Dylan's in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. Okay, I'm just going to read the titles. Billy Underwood said he'll take the Rhinoceros. That's sold to Billy Underwood. Let me read through these titles one more time, and then I'm going to go straight into another crate. Straight into another crate. So if you need prices, let me know. I'm just going to read the titles. Some of them I may remind you of the prices if I think you should buy them for sure. The Great American Eagle Tragedy, Earth Opera. That was $7.50. The Fallen Angels, The Butts Band, It's a Beautiful Day is $5. Ian and Sylvia, Sandy Nelson, Gene Vincent, Al Stewart, Graham Parker, Mike Berry, The Tubes, Nick Lowe, The McCoys, Pup, Nick Kershaw, Steve Kuhn, Keith Sykes, AJJ, Precious Metal, Steppenwolf, Don McLean, Don Everly, David Sanborn, David Matthews with Whirlwind, and the English Congregation. Dylan's at 50, now 55. Charlie Beasley wants the Great American Eagle Tragedy. That's sold to Charlie Beasley. Let's go ahead and sell Blondie. No more bids on that. And that's sold to Thomas Hujar for $50. Ryan's at 57 on Dylan. And it's time for our next records. We have several things on deck. Somebody requested Boston. It's a beautiful copy. It's a Japanese pressing. It's super duper duper nice. And it's a $45 start. This is Boston, self-titled debut. $45 start. It is near mint and pristine. That's also the original label, I think, for Japanese and U.S. pressings. Has the lyric insert. I look up this morning and the sun was gone. Turned on some music to start my day. This is possibly the greatest debut album of all time. It's mint and pristine, Japanese pressing with insert and obi. It's perfect. $45 start on that. Ryan Anderson's at 57 on Dylan. Price on Whirlwind. That was David Matthews with Whirlwind. That was $7.50, Randy Tabron. And then also was that was Neil. Randy said which tubes? That was Remote Control, I think. The tubes was Remote Control, yes, and that was $10. Neil Brashear. Dave wants the Don Cherry when I get to it, or the Don Cherry price. Bernie says he'll take Don Cherry. So let me go ahead and show that. Dave asked about it first. Don Cherry was $12.50. That's self-titled. If you want it, that is yours, Dave Plunkett. If not, it's sold to Bernie Johnson. Boston is at 45, now 55. Dylan's at 65, Boston's at 65, and Dave Plunkett said he will take Don Cherry. Dylan's at 68. Now, the precious metal was sealed. That is called Precious Metal. Precious Metal, That Kind of Girl. It's from 1988. It is sealed, $15. And Fred, if you don't want it, Ron Duffield does. These are all half-off records. So that's sold to somebody. Mickey Newberry, music from Free Creek, Love Can Make You Happy, Mercy, Mickey Newberry, Graham Parker, The Band, Casino Lights, Jesse Colin Young, Natalie Cole, Don Everly, Danny Wilde, Elvis Costello still available, and Ruby and the Romantics. Neil Brashear says he'll take Whirlwind. Who asked about the Tubes? The Tubes is Randy Tabor. And if you decide you want that, Randy, let me know. I'll keep it in the front of the crate. Actually, Fred Carnell says he'll take the Precious Metal. So Ron Duffield was second. Charlie Beasley wants music from Free Creek. I sold to Charlie Beasley. Okay, a lot of activity right there. So let me just make sure I didn't miss any claims and get you updates on the bids. Dylan 65, Boston 65. Dylan 68, Boston 75. Boston 85, Boston 100, Bob Dylan 75, and can I see the back of Elvis Costello? Elvis Costello is The Impossible Record Works. This looks like a bootleg. Yeah, live, recorded in 1977. Whereabouts unknown. It's a show from Chicago. That is $20 on Elvis Costello. Bob Dylan's at 78. Yeah, mostly tonight we're doing nothing but on-sale records. We've already been through 3 crates of vintage, and I'm about to do a lot more. The Tubes is remote control. It is $10. I've actually got to go to the back now and get some more. I've already been through these first 3 I made really quick. Also, we've got great auctions all night. Thomas wants Elvis Costello. That is Carol's if he wants it. If he passes, it's sold to Thomas Hujar. And I'm going to set this crate off to the side. I'm going to keep that one right there. Let me condense the other 2. And I'm going to go get some more records. But, yeah, I've got a whole crate over here of auctions to run. And I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know we're going to have, tomorrow night, it's either going to be records or coins and knife. We'll probably make a decision sometime tomorrow afternoon on that. Also, this weekend is going to be an in-store sale. Go ahead and let everybody know. Sidewalk sale this Saturday. $1 stuff out on the sidewalk and everything in the store is on sale. You might want to come see us. Just FYI. That official post goes out tomorrow, and then you'll be seeing lots of ads for that starting Thursday. Okay, I'm back. Should be able to hear me now. Should be able to hear me now. Sorry, I got to go to the back and literally go get these. So they're back there. I have them all sorted. I just got to put them in crates. We're short on crates as usual. We have hundreds, if not thousands of these crates, but as our inventory grows, we're always short on them. We need them for shipping, to sort orders, and we're just all, we order pallets all the time. We've got, there's no telling how many thousands of dollars we've got tied up in crates, and we never can have enough. That's why we've stopped selling them. We definitely can't let people have them. Sometimes on the sidewalk sales, people's like, can I have this crate? We're like, no, those cost $17. And we're like, they're like the most precious thing around here. Gerard Cacciatore gets the tubes. That's sold from the last bin to Gerard. Dylan's at 82. Let's do a final call on Boston. Nicholas Pendergrass is at 100 on Boston. That's a final call. Bob Dylan's at 82, then 85. And the stream didn't stop. I just had to go to the back and get some more records. We're back live now. Everything in here is half off. We have introducing the Beau Brummels. That's a VG copy for $5. It has some seam splits. VG copy for $5. Boston has the insert. Final call at $100. It does have the insert. It's a perfect copy. Dance the Rock and Roll. VG copy $5. The spine is split. That's Deep Groove. VG copy $5. We have the 1 o'clock lab band. Neil Slater, director. Lab 83, North Texas State University. That's an EX copy, $7.50. North Texas State University Lab 81 commemorative. That's a VG copy, $7.50. Christopher Bersha wants Rock and Roll. That's sold to Christopher. So some of these may be check condition. Some of them may be near mint. If I say VG, it's obviously VG. If I say nothing, then it's near mint. Boston's at 100. Final call. We're about to sell it. And Brent Robley's at 85 on Dylan. Craig Johnson, let me know if you're in or out. And Josie's first on North Texas Lab. Josie, there's 2 of those. Actually, there's another one coming up right now. Lab 79, North Texas State University band. That's $10 after the half off. And we've got another one. Lab 79, North Texas State University band. That is, I think, a different volume or something. They look a little bit different. No, it might be the same thing. That's VG plus $5. University of North Texas. Yes. This is University of North Texas. Let me know. Oh, here's another one. North Texas State University Lab Band, Lab 78. That's EX, $7.50. And recorded live at Winter Garden Theater. Beatlemania, VG Plus, $5 on Beatlemania. CC Ryder, Laverne Baker. That's a VG copy, $12.50. It's a white label promo mono with seam splits. And that is CC Ryder, Laverne Baker. We have the Beau Brummels, Volume 2. That's a VG copy, $7.50. And More Songs by Ricky is a VG plus, $10. Josie said, hold those, please. Now, does that mean you want them or are you needing to think about it? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 of these. We got Lab 78. We got 2 copies of Lab 79, Lab 83, and Lab 81. And those are all from North Texas. She says, let me check, my alma mater. Okay, so I'll just hold those for a second. And everything in here is half off. Just so you know, if anybody's just doing it, we're doing half off records. The price, I'm telling you, is the half off price. It's kind of first come, first serve. No more or no less, Colin. Boston is at 100, and that's sold to Nicholas Pendergrass. And Free Will and Bob Dylan is at 90 with Craig Johnson. Brent Robley's out. That's going twice, going 3 times now to Craig Johnson. $90 on Free Will and Bob Dylan. The Crying Shames is a VG, $7.50. You said it's $5. I know. I was just messing with you. VG copy, $7.50. Walter Carlos by request. That's $10. Walter Carlos by request, $10. And Synergy Chords. This should be on clear vinyl. Some of them are. No. Yes. Yes, that's obviously clear vinyl. $7.50. We have Passport Cross Collateral. This is $7.50. Passport Cross Collateral. And original cast album to O Calcutta. Calcutta. I think y'all know what I mean. That is $5. Okay, let me make sure I do all this in the right order. Lots of activity. Final call on Bob Dylan for 90. Next is Beatlemania concert. That is a Beatles tribute band, yes. Craig was out on Dylan. Thomas wants CC Ryder. That was Laverne Baker. And then we have, next was More Songs About Ricky info. More Songs About Ricky is VG Plus, $10. It's a gatefold. It's on this black Imperial label. It is $10. John Stevens first to Synergy. And Philip Shoemaker wants the Crying Shames. Now, Josie says, I'll take 3 of the UNTs. So I've got 4 different ones. I guess, does it matter to you? Which one does Colin? Colin was wanting Lab 79. There's 2 of those, actually. Actually, Colin, one's 10. that's near mint, and one is $6. That's VG plus. So Josie, I guess it's up to you if you want the near mint one. The other one was $6. It was VG plus $11.99, then half off. So that's $6. So that leaves actually 4 different ones, Josie. There's 4 different ones. They're all different. 78, 79, 81, and 83. So I guess you can let me know what years or if you want 4 of them. Kind of up to you. 79, 80. Let me know the year. 78, 89, 81, and 83. She says all 4. Okay, so those are all sold to Josie. Philip already got the crying shames. Brad Faust gets Passport. And then Colin says he'll take this one. So the other Texas is sold to Colin for the half off price. And Bob Dylan, let's go ahead and sell that to Craig Johnson for $90. Now we can start 2 new auctions. Let me show a few more records. So far in this crate, here's what's left. More songs by Ricky Nelson, Old Calcutta, Walter Carlos, Beau Brummels, Beatlemania, and Beau Brummels. Listen, the Cordettes, that has no price on it. I'll say $10. And Jesse Colin Young, The Perfect Stranger, VG plus $5. Neil Young, VG, $10. VG Condition, Neil Young's debut album. Somebody definitely needs to get that. If you don't have it already, that's a good place to start. VG. Now, the Japanese band has Rainbow, Kiss, Moody Blues, The Never Ending Story soundtrack, Journey, The Rolling Stones, Rubber Soul, Journey, Supertramp, The Beatles, Tears for Fears, Elton John, Elvis. It was next. Somebody asked a while back for Elvis and Supertramp. Let me go ahead and do 2 Japanese instead of pulling something out of the U.S. stack next, and then we'll do something from there now. Let's go ahead and do 2 more new Japanese pressings. These are both $35 start. This is Supertramp, Breakfast in America, an absolute classic. It is near mint and pristine. $35 start for Supertramp, Breakfast in America. It has the original lyric insert, and it has also this other insert. This first side is amazing. Gone Hollywood, Logical Song, Goodbye Stranger, Breakfast in America, and Oh Darling. Then, of course, side 2 starts out with Take the Long Way Home. That's a perfect copy with Obi, $35 start on that. And then here's a very desirable Elvis album as of late, which is Elvis from Memphis, or From Elvis in Memphis. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. This is a $45 start from Elvis in Memphis. $45, or did I already say a $35 start? I can't remember. I have a feeling either way, we're going to have some activity after that. There's the Obi. Very nice. And those are very nice copies. Nothing really bad to say about either one of those. I said 35. Okay. I'll take 35 then. Let me go back up to the top where I was at. We have what is the Walter Carlos from Craig Weatherford. That is Walter Carlos music by, or Walter Carlos by request, Trans Electronic Music Productions. Bach, Bacharach, The Beatles, Wagner, I mean. That's all classical stuff. And then the Beatles. Kelly Bagwell on Neil Young. Kelly Bagwell on Neil Young. And let's see. Gerard requested Moody Blues. Supertramp 35, Supertramp 35, Supertramp 35. Neil Young had already been claimed. Supertramp 40. Elvis 35, Elvis 86, Supertramp 45, Supertramp 55. And we have a couple people out on Supertramp. Okay, back to the half off bin. Look, there's his middle finger. This is Moby Grape. It's a VG minus $17.50, but it does have the original unedited cover. It's in mono 2i, $17.50 on that. Americathon soundtrack is $10. Americathon soundtrack, $10. Beach Boys, Elvis Costello, Nick Lowe, Eddie Money. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. That is $7.50. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. $17.50 on that. And this is Trapeze Hot Wire. VG plus $5 on Trapeze Hot Wire. $5 on Trapeze. Andy Pratt, Resolution. That's $7.50. And Paul Anka, The 70s. $5. Japanese pressings are different just purely based on quality. The actual music and playback is no different. Supertramp is speaking in English. It's 100% the original. Now, it's obviously different. It's pressed in Japan. It's higher quality. You get the inserts with it. It's a different, sometimes they're different mixes, but I promise you, it's not. Two disclaimers. This is in English, and they're not new. That's two things people get confused when I start selling a lot of Japanese. They think it's in Japanese, and they also think these are brand new. This is from 1979, Supertramp is. Although it looks like it's perfect. That's why they all carry a premium. Okay, so Supertramp's at $55 and Elvis is at $86. So 86 on Elvis and we're at 55 on Supertramp. So 55 and 85. Next claimant here was Nate Johnson on Moby Grape. That's sold to Nate Johnson. Then Michael Mofield on Trapeze. That's sold to Michael Mofield. Jim Hickson was second on Trapeze. Paul Jackson was third. And we have Lazy Racer. Lazy Racer is $5. And this is Me Sex Computer Games. $5, 12-inch single promo. The Joe South Story is $5 after the half off. Bing Crosby, But Beautiful. Bing Crosby is $5. Wanda Jackson, Reckless Love Affair. Wanda Jackson is $7.50. Graham Nash and David Crosby is $10. And Boogie Woogie Greatest Hits. Boogie Woogie Greatest Hits, $7.50. Christopher Brusha on BC for Bing Crosby. And we have two people wanting to know pricing condition on Walter Carlos. Let me show that again. Walter Carlos is $10. Walter Carlos by request. It is near mint. And Fred asked about that and Craig asked about that. But I think Craig asked first a long time ago. So Craig, I guess, still has dibs on that. It's $10 and then Fred was second. All right, so final call on Elvis at 86 and final call on Supertramp for 55. We're about to sell both of those. Ellington. This is $5 for Duke Ellington. $5 on that. Maynard Ferguson, MF Horn, and MF Horn 2. It's a 2-in-1. $10. Craig says he'll take Walter Carlos. That's sold to Craig Weatherford. Supertramp's at $60 with Paul Jackson. The Pedal Jets, today, the Pedal Jets is $5. Duke Ellington is sold to Sean Fairweather. Robert Johnson was second. Dave Grusin and Lee Rittenauer, $5 on Grusin and Rittenauer. Houston, I almost said Houston. Houston is $7.50. After the half off, Jefferson Starship Modern Times, $7.50. And Frog City Southern Comfort in shrink wrap, $5. Peter's right back in on Supertramp at 65. We are about to sell Elvis, though. David Qualley, Soliloquy. Solo guitar, $5 for that. Neil Brashear on FC, which is Frog City, Southern Comfort. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble. That's an EX copy for $8. The Doors is VG, $10. The Soft Parade, Red Electro label, $10. It's a VG copy. VG. The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, music by Michael Legrand. That's EX, $5. Gatefold. Poussette Dart Band, $7.50. And We Shall Overcome, Pete Seeger, $5. Josie Wells first on the Doors. Let's go ahead and sell Nicholas Pendergrass, the Elvis, for $86. That's sold to Nicholas Pendergrass. And Supertramp, Paul's out, so final call. Peter Policino is at 65 on Supertramp. 65 on Supertramp. Okay, next is going to be a really nice Neil Young. I saw this and I was like, man, this is like a top copy. Just a couple dings on the cover, but this is Neil Young and Crazy Horse Live Rust 2 LP gatefold. It has the original inner sleeves and it is near mint. Live Rust, Neil Young, and Crazy Horse. It's a perfect copy. $20 start. 2 LP live Neil Young. $20 start on that. Matthew was second on the Doors. Christopher wants PS for Pete Seeger. And Mark Egan, Mosaic. Mark Egan is $6 after the half off. George Duke, Thief in the Night. George Duke's a white label promo. $6. Janie Street, Heroes, Angels, and Friends. $5. And Peter, Paul, and Mary in the Wind. $5. $5. Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. That's a VG copy for $5. Rydell Martin on GD, which is George Duke. That's sold to Rydell Martin. Rycooter Jazz is $10 on Rycooter Jazz. And The Big Ball. This is a Columbia compilation. Warner Brothers compilation. $12.50. All kinds of different artists on that from Warner Brothers. $12.50. All right, Supertramp is sold to Peter Policino for $65. And Neil Young is a $20 start. Live Rust. It's a perfect copy. 2LP, 1977, I believe. Let's go ahead and do, let's see, let me do this in the order of which I remember people first requested them. And I think the next request was the Rolling Stones. And this is Beggar's Banquet. I don't know if anybody realized that, but that's what this is, the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. I'll show that in detail in 1 second. Yeah, I don't think this is anything, I don't know if we've had a Japanese pressing of this before. This is a $55 start, the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. It has basically like some of those Kiss records. It has like an insert that is pretty much the entire obi, and it completely covers the cover. And this is a Japanese pressing of Beggar's Banquet. It's near mint and pristine. It's beautiful vinyl. This is a $55 start. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, $55 start on this. Near mint vinyl, blue London Japanese pressing. Has the Japanese insert with it. Sympathy for the Devil. I like this song. Jigsaw Puzzle. That is a $55 start. So there is the gatefold. So it does have the obi. It's right here. It's this complete page insert. That's how it came. And it's very nice. $55 on that. That's Beggar's Banquet, a Japanese pressing. Okay, so back up to the top. We have a Joe Sloop on PPM. Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's sold to Joe Sloop. Brian C. was first on the Big Ball compilation. Next is Neil Young is at 20 with Kenny Cates Jr. Going once, going twice. The Stones 55, Neil Young 25, Stones 65, the Stones 60. So the Stones is at 65 and Neil Young's at 25. Carl Perkins, Whole Lot of Shakin'. Carl Perkins is $10 after the half off. Nielsen Sings Newman. That's a sealed copy. It's a reissue sealed copy of Harry Nilsson Sings Newman. $15. Floor, Homegoings and Transitions Shadow Line from 2014, $7.50. The Happenings is $15. The Happenings is $15 on BT Puppy Records, $15 after the half off. And Nicolette Larson, Radioland, $5. Michael Nath on Nielsen, the sealed copy. That's sold to Michael Nath. Carol's out on the Rolling Stones. Gary Samuels at 70. Jason Dobbs at 75. Status Quo is $10, rocking all over the world. ISIS is $10 after the half off. Kenny's back in on Neil Young at 26. Preston Rose is NL. That was probably for Nicolette Larson. It could have been for Nielsen. I have a feeling it was for Nicolette Larson. That's sold to Preston Rose. Gerard Cacciatore would have been second on that then. Gary Lewis Golden Greats is $7.50. And Seasons of Light, Laura Nero in concert. And that doesn't have a price on it. I'll say $10 on Laura Nero. Okay, Stones is at 76 and Neil Young is at 26. Colin Butler wants Floor, which is this right here. That's sold to Colin Butler. I'm just going to read through these titles again, and then I'm going to fill up another crate, and we're going to keep doing this again. So if you see anything in here you want, be sure to ask the price. I'm not going to go through every one of them with the prices. Just reading the titles. And Ron Duffield wants TEO. What was that? TEO. Let me know and I'll pull it. I can say Nielsen, but can't say Niels Lofgren. Nielsen and Niels. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Yeah, I don't say Harry Nielsen, do I? Harry Nielsen. Every morning I wake up and the first thing I do is rehearse all the names I can say incorrectly on tonight's show. First thing I do in the mornings, or in the evenings, I guess, when I wake up. The Stones is at 77. Can I get the catalog number on Banquet? This is Japanese, London, SLC 479. SLC 479. Ron Duffield wants REO. You probably want the copy of Good Trouble that's still left in here, right? Isn't there a copy of Good Trouble still left in here? Let me get to that and I'll pull it for you whenever we get to it. Or was that nearer the front? Right here. So that's sold to Ron Duffield, REO. Larry Smith says he'll take the Ricky Nelson. That's right here. That's sold to Larry Smith. Info on Gary Lewis. Gary Lewis and the Playboys Golden Greats. The price is $7.50. Original Liberty label, very clean vinyl. It has a little bit of cover damage right here. It looks like it had a sticker somebody ripped off. It is a gatefold 750. Larry Smith also wants the Carl Perkins, which is right here, whole lot of shaking. Jim's out on Neil Young. The Rolling Stones is at 78. The Beggar's Banquet is a 1973 Japanese pressing. Thank you. And Rich Shockley said he'll take Gary Lewis. Now, we need to update Neil Young. Neil Young is near mint and pristine, and the last bid on that was Kenny Cates Jr. at $26, and that's a final call, and the Rolling Stones is at 78. Here's what's left in this bin. We have introducing the Beau Brummels. That's VG, $5. Beatlemania, the Beau Brummels Volume 2, Old Calcutta, Jesse Colin Young, the Chordettes, Americathon soundtrack, the Doobie Brothers, Andy Pratt, Resolution, Paul Anka, 70s, Lazy Racer. If you want a price, just let me know. Me Sex, Computer Games and Graffiti Crimes, The Joe South Story, Wanda Jackson, Graham Nash and David Crosby, Boogie Woogie's Greatest Hits, Maynard Ferguson, MF Horn and MF Horn 2, The Pedal Jets, Dave Grusin and Lee Ritenour, Houston, Jefferson Starship Modern Times, David Qualley, Soliloquy, The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, Poussette Dart Band, Mark Egan Mosaic, Janie Street, Sly and the Family Stone still available. It is VG, but for $5, some great listening there. Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits, Rock Cooter Jazz, The Happenings, Status Quo, Isis, and Laura Nero. Let's see. Philip Shoemaker wants both Beau Brummels. Rosie, everything is half off, and that is the price. You were first making an offer. If you want these for $750 and $5, then they're yours. If not, then they're sold to Philip Shoemaker. Jim Hickson's going to get the Sly and the Family Stone. Let's go ahead and sell Neil Young. The auction price on that was Kenny Cates Jr. for $26 on Neil Young. And Rosie said she will take the Beau Brummels. Let's do a final call on the Stones. Jason Dobb is out. Gary Samuels has that for $78. Final call. I'm going to set these right here behind me. If anybody decides you want anything or want a price in here, don't hesitate to ask. I'm going to go get some more half off. Told you we'd go through. Probably going to see more quantity vintage stuff tonight than probably in a long time. We're going to go through, let's see, what have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crates of vintage already. We did get some great new vinyl in. I may recap some of that in just a second. Actually, let me go ahead and show some of those. I'll go through this crate with a few titles. Some big restocks we had come in. First was a new release, actually. Now 80s Alternative. That's a 2LP colored vinyl, $56.99. AC/DC back in stock with Stiff Upper Lip, $34.99. Megadeth Dystopia is $29.99. More Steely Dan, Can't Buy Thrills, $36.99. You Can Buy a Thrill for $36.99. And Ball Breaker, AC/DC, $34. That's some very popular titles. That Now Alternative has some great tracks on it. I'll go through the other bin of various stuff in just a second. The Isis record for Neil Brashear. Neil, that was $10. $10. When I come back, I'm going to sell the Stones. You're probably not going to be able to hear me for about 30 seconds. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back with more. There are some fantastic titles in this crate, Tanner. Tanner may want to buy some of these. Oh my gosh. Any 35 up? Yeah, I did say I could go through a high-end bin. Let me go through all the vintage that I kind of had allocated for tonight, and then we can go through. I got some hind bins. Like, we're about to start heavily listing on Discogs. I mean, we have got crate after crate, and I'd rather sell them to y'all before they go on there. So, Stones. I don't think there was any new bids while I was in the back. That sold to Gary Samuels for $78. Next comment was Isis. That was called, this one right here. I don't mind showing it one more time. I'll show it 3 more times if I need to. Isis was, I guess it's just self-titled, $10. Near Mint Buddha Records. This crate's full. Hopefully it's empty when I get done going through them. We have a heavy request for Moody Blues, and let's go ahead and run the Kiss before it gets too late. So, Kiss is going to be a, here it is, Lick It Up. This one caused some controversy last night, didn't it? Lick It Up. Kiss. $85 start. This is a near mint and pristine, perfect Japanese pressing. It is so nice. Lick It Up. And once again, kind of like the Stones record, the obi is the insert. It's actually made to be slid into the cover like that, and then it folds over, and it pretty much gives it an all new cover. Lick It Up. $85 start. It's mint and pristine. The obi says 10th anniversary, 28S-181. It's a perfect copy. I mean, there's not a mark on it. Perfect corners. It looks brand new. Kiss Lick It Up is an $85 start. That's up for bid. And the Moody Blues, In Search of Lost Chord. Man, I kind of wanted to keep this, Gerard. It's my favorite Moody Blues album. Kind of a tie, I guess, though, with Days of Future Past. But this is beautiful. $45 start, In Search of Lost Chord. Great, fantastic mint copy. It also includes a Japanese insert. And yeah, that's perfect. There's some great songs on here. If you've never listened to this album, it's an experience. Okay, and then Isis is, I'll take, Neil gets the Isis for $10. $85 on Kiss, $45 on Moody Blues. All right, so if you're just joining us, we're going through half off vintage. There's everything in here from rock and pop and soul. You never know. There may be some kind of random hardcore record. I don't know. You don't know. I'll be telling you the half off price. They're no more or no less. They're first come, first serve. Now, make sure I didn't miss anything else. We got half off, half off, half off. Great deals. It's only 9:15. Then we'll go through some high-end stuff. Buy it now, best offer. I know where all those are at. So here's where we're at. Utopia, Todd Rundgren. That's EX, $6. We need to sell some stuff in here because it's pretty tight. I'm going to get these out of order. Laura Nero. That's in shrink wrap with the Laura Nero sticker. Hop sticker on the front. $10 on Laura Nero. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is VG Plus, $12.50. Live CCR in Europe, $20 after the half off. Let me get a placeholder there. This looks very nice. $20 after the half off it is. 2LP Live CCR. Here's a very overlooked artist, and that's Joe South. His Greatest Hits Volume 1. Games People Play, Walk a Mile in My Shoe, Hush, $10 on Joe South's Greatest Hits Volume 1. A very good John Lennon album, Walls and Bridges. That's not the die-cut cover. It's a reissue jacket, but just $12.50 on John Lennon, Walls and Bridges. Hit song, whatever gets you through the nights on there. The Everly Brothers is $10 after the half off. And Elton John Friends is in shrink wrap, $10. Okay, Kiss. Jim Stafford's at $85 on Kiss. Going twice, going 3 times. No other bids on Kiss. Moody Blues, $45.50, $51, $53, $55. Robert Johnson first on CCR. Mike Cochran's out on the Moody Blues, so Gerard has that for $55. CCR sold to Robert Johnson. Can I see the label on John Lennon? You can. I think it's green, purple. Purple Capital. Near mint, like I said, reissue cover. It's not the original cover is kind of flip open. $12.50 on that. Let me leave that out so I don't lose it. Kelly Bagwell wants Joe South. And Pamela wants John Lennon if you pass John Young. So this is sold to John Young. Unless he passes, then it goes to Pamela Villavenicio. John Nazarko, you were second on CCR. Thomas is in on the Moody Blues at 57. So we're about to sell Kiss for 85. The Moody Blues is at 57. We have Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls, Gold Stamp promo, $5 on Fogelberg. Tom Cochran and Red Rider, that's $10. Al Stewart, Time Passages, Wow, that's sealed. A sealed copy, $12.50. Pamela gets the John Lennon. George Harrison, Somewhere in England. It's sealed. It has some tears in the shrink. It's got a tear actually all up through here, up to the corner. That is from 1981. $17.50. Sealed Al Stewart and sealed George Harrison. Jefferson Starship, Modern Times, $7.50. Tim Buckley, Greetings from L.A., 72 Canadian pressing, $10 on Tim Buckley. And Reckless Eric. Reckless Eric is a 1979 UK orange vinyl, and that is $7.50. Reckless Eric. Okay, let's go ahead and sell Kiss for $85. One and only bid, Jim Stafford. Kiss, $85. And let's do a final call on the Moody Blues. Thomas has that for $57. The third bidder and last bidder is now out, Gerard Cacciatore, so Thomas has that for $57. Colin Butler wants the Reckless Eric. That's sold to Colin Butler. There's Tim Buckley. Roy Orbison, Ooby Dooby. Roy Orbison's $10. JoJo Gunn is $10 after the half off. Daniel Fowler wants the Tim Buckley. That's sold to Daniel Fowler. Straub's Ghost. Straub's is $7.50. Prism, Armageddon. Prism's $10. And the Kinks, State of Confusion, $7.50 on the Kinks. Journey Through the Past, original soundtrack, a film by Neil Young, $20 on that. And New Riders of the Purple Sage, Oh, What a Mighty Time, $7.50. Moody Blues is now sold to Thomas Hujar for $57. $57. So those auctions are gone. Let me introduce two new ones. Let's pull something out of this US stack I was working on. We'll do a low start on War, All Day Music, and next out of the Japanese bin. The last, I think we've went through all the requests, but this one's pretty cool. The Never Ending Story. Hey, that's kind of featured on, I didn't really get that connection, but they sing that song on Stranger Things. End of season, I guess that was 3. The Never Ending Story. This is Near Mint and Pristine. Lamal. There he is. Title song performed by Lamal. Never Ending Story. Very cool. It's Near Mint and Pristine with Obi. It also has this Japanese insert with it. This is a $45 start. The Never Ending Story. $45 start. Near Mint and Pristine Japanese pressing soundtrack. And we'll do War, All Day Music. War is a 71 OG Terre Haute. OG 71 Terre Haute, All Day Music. $10 start on War. $10 start on War. Paul Brothers is at 45. Josie's at 45 on Never Ending Story. Paul's at 50. Okay, back to the crate. Wow, there's some great stuff in here. I'm surprised it hasn't been claimed yet. Kinks. We had George Harrison sealed. Al Stewart sealed. Elton John and Shrink Wrap. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Next is The Fraternity of Man. Get It On. That's $17.50 after the half off. It's in Shrink Wrap. Fraternity of Man. Rainbow, live in Germany. VG copy, now $30. It's a 1990 UK import. VG copy, $30. 1990 UK import. Merry-Go-Round World, Webb Pierce, $5 on Webb Pierce. Mountain, Avalanche, VG copy, $7.50. The Steels Young Band, Long May You Run. Steels Young Band is $10. Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $10 on Elton John. And Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Culture Club is $12.50. New Riders of the Purple Sage, Gypsy Cowboy, VG Plus $7.50. And Jay Giles Band Live, Full House, $10 on Jay Giles Live Full House. So Never Ending Story was $45.50. Allen bid 10 on War, 52 on Never Ending Story. So Paul, you're out. Paul Jackson, Paul Brothers is out on Never Ending Story. Paul Jackson gets the Rainbow at half off. We have Ry Cooter, Bop Till You Drop, $10 on Ry Cooter. The Pretenders, Extended Play, $10 on the Pretenders. And Poco, Rose of Cimarron, $5 on Poco. In Shrink Wrap, Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky. Jackson Brown is $7.50. Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited, $10 on Jay Giles Band. And another Bee Gees, Cucumber Castle, $10 on that. Paul Brothers is at 55 on Never Ending Story. Jared McLaughlin on Stephen Stills, or Stills. That was Stills' Young Band. Probably. Long May You Run. Yep, that's so to Jared McLaughlin. Never Ending Story, another $55 bid. Colin Butler first to The Pretenders. Blake Smith, you were second on The Pretenders. Santana Marathon, that's in shrink wrap, $10. The Doors Soft Parade, no condition notes, $20 after the half off. The Doors Soft Parade, $20 after the half off. Red Electra label. Dangard, Strong Cold Split. This looks like a split LP. From 2006, clear vinyl, $25 after the half off. Big savings on that one. It's in shrink wrap, $25. Let's see here. Josie's at 57 on Never Ending Story. Michael Nath first on The Doors. Kuda Bryan, 58 on Never Ending Story. Blake, you were second on The Doors. Santana Marathon is $10. David Schroeder. Brad was third on The Doors. David Schroeder first on Vanguard. And we have Paul Brothers at 60 on Never Ending Story. So is Josie, and Billy Underwood bid 12. I was about to say, Alan had this for 10. Now Billy's at 12 on War. All Day Music. Let me pause there. I need to take a drink of water. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. I was saying, let's see, Alan bid 15. Let me repeat all that. David Schroeder was first on Santana, or he said he'll take it. Alan bid 15 on War. Blake, I said you were a little early on Berlin, but I'm going to go ahead and give it to you. Hold the claims until I actually show them, even if I accidentally show it. Blake Smith is first on Berlin. Paul Brothers is at 70 on Never Ending Story. No sound, no sound. Mic, sound, muted, sound is gone. No sound, mic, your mic, sound, audio. We have Rick Wakeman, Six Wives of Henry VIII, $10 on that. Another copy is $10. We got two copies. They're pretty much identical. Dave Edmonds, Subtle as a Flying Mallet, $10 on Dave Edmonds. Neil Young, Comes a Time, $17.50 on Neil Young. Average White Band, Soul Searching. Average White Band is sealed from 1976, $10. And Boz Scaggs, Middleman, $10 on Boz Scaggs. Blake, also, if you are a first-time buyer, please make sure you message our page. He says, I have it. So that means you want to put this back. Okay, never mind then. Okay. So Never Ending Story is at $70 with Paul Brothers, and War is at $15. Who was at $12? Billy Underwood, let me know if you're in or out on War. And Lazarus says he'll take Berlin. Okay, and John, it just sold. It was $12.50. Julie is her name. Julie London, that is $15. That's a 1958 pressing. Julie London. The East Side Kids, Tiger and the Lamb, that is $20. The East Side Kids, Tiger and the Lamb, that is $20. And Neil Young Trans is $10. We have Unknown DJ, Breakdown, that is $7.50 for Unknown DJ. And Herman's Hermits, Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter, $5 on that soundtrack. Susan Taylor, Finally Getting Home, is $10. And Crispian St. Peter's, The Pied Piper, $10 on that. So let me get my brain reset on these auctions. Who was the other bidder? Josie was the other bidder on Never Ending Story. It was really between Paul and Josie. Paul was at $70, and then Alan was at $15 on War, and we was waiting to hear from Billy Underwood. Okay, and then Lazarus got Berlin. John was second, and Colin Butler wants Unknown DJ. Colin Butler wants Unknown DJ, and Alvin Heavalone on Breakdown. And was that a claim? Yeah, that was the Unknown DJ. Okay, the Head Boys is sealed from 1979. That is $10. And It's a Beautiful Day. It's a Beautiful Day is $5. Les Rhymes Digitales, Dark Dancer is VG plus $20 after the half off. And Herbie Hancock Sunlight. Herbie Hancock is EX, $25. Herbie Hancock. The Foundations is EX, $8. And Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, $22.50. The cover has some writing, $22.50, 1974 on that. So, Josie Wales, if you could let me know if you're in or out on the Never-Ending Story. Josie, let me know if you're in or out on the Never-Ending Story. And then Billy Underwood is out on War. So final call on War and final call on Never-Ending Story. And if anybody's already said out, I probably missed it or I can't see it. I'm trying to get my bearings reset on these. Darren Meyer wants The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Cat Stevens, Very Early and Young Songs, $10 on Cat Stevens, Very Young and Early Songs on Darren. Never-Ending Stories at $70. In the Wind, Jackie DeShannon, $7.50 on Jackie DeShannon. Jared McLaughlin wants It's a Beautiful Day. And Andy and Cleopatra, Andy Griffin, $15 on Andy and Cleopatra. Performs a program of his greatest comedy routines. Don Adams Meets the Roving Reporter, $7.50. And August by Eric Clapton, $17.50. Gatefold, superb vinyl, and very nice cover. $17.50 on Clapton, August. No Hits, 4 Eras, The Best of Martin Mull. That is $7.50. And Dennis Miller from Saturday Night Live. Looks like the White Album cover. Gold stamp promo, $7.50 on that. Okay, we could for sure go ahead and sell War to Alan Hevelone for $15. And I think I've lost Josie somewhere or another. But I need to sell the Never-Ending Story to Paul. I'm going to do like 10 more seconds on that. Never-Ending Story. $70. Final calls. Just waiting for Joe to say in or out. Webb Pierce, Golden Favorites. $5 on Webb Pierce. We have Mick Jagger, Let's Work. That is sealed. 12-inch single. $12.50. Jimi Hendrix, Smash Hits. This is $16.50. EX Condition. EX Condition on Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. The Mason Williams Ear Show is $5. Carol Puckett on Mick Jagger. That's sold to Carol Puckett. 3,000 Miles from Home, NYPA, is $10. And we have Dionne Warwick, Promises, $5 on Dionne Warwick. Paul Jackson, first on Jimi Hendrix. Next is Jake Cecil. Paul Gill was third. Larry Smith was 4. Jesse Rome says, I'll take the Eric Clapton. That's sold to him. Okay, well, we got still Never-Ending Story. We lost one of our bidders somewhere along the way, but that's sold to Paul Brothers for $70. Let me grab a couple new Japanese pressings. There's actually one more record to show in here. Peter, Paul, and Mary for $5. I am really surprised. I was asking about the Clapton for Jesse. Let's see here. What was Condition of August? You did, I think. Hold on a second. Yeah, Condition of August. The vinyl was near mint, and it was a VG Plus cover. John Lill was first on Eric Clapton. Jesse, that is true. So we'll see if he wants that. So John Lill can have it if he. John Lill takes it. So one correction: Eric Clapton is not sold to Jesse. It's sold to John Lill. Vinyl was near mint, VG Plus cover. Let me put up 2 new Japanese pressings. We have Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll, and I've got Journey Escape. It's mint in shrink wrap, the classic Journey album. So we have Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll. This is a $45 start. It's beautiful. It's a mint Japanese pressing. Ronnie James Dio with Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Has a Japanese 2-page flip. The cover with Obi, very nice. That is a $45 start, Long Live Rock and Roll. And also a $45 start is Journey Escape. I don't know if this could get any nicer. It is absolutely perfect. It also is in shrink wrap with the #1 album hop sticker. Has 2 Japanese inserts with it, include the original inner sleeve. The inner sleeve has just some very, very, very faint signs of those discoloration marks. And other than that, it's really nice. And Rainbow over here. Yeah, I've already showed the inserts with that. Okay. Now, Herbie Hancock was $25. Herbie Hancock Sunlight. EX Condition, $25 on Herbie Hancock, Colin. EX on Herbie Hancock, $25. Rainbow is at $45.45 and now $50. And Dave Plunkett said he'll take Herbie. Let's make sure that Colin Butler doesn't want it. If Colin doesn't want that, so did Dave Plunkett. I was really surprised about some of the titles that's still left in here. I'm just going to read through them. If you want prices, let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go get some more stuff. And I'll start trying to track down that first maybe high-end bin we can go through and see what's left. Rainbows at 55. Here's what's left in this. Colin passes, so Dave Plunkett gets Rainbow. How much was LRD? LRD was whom? And I will let you know. Okay, first is Utopia, Todd Rundgren. If you need any prices, let me know. Laura Nero, the Everly Brothers, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Elton John, Dan Fogelberg, Tom Cochran, and Red Ryder. Al Stewart was sealed, $12.50. We also have George Harrison. It's also sealed, has some tears in the shrink wrap though, a little loose over here where it had a saw mark, $17.50 on that. Rhymes Digitales. This one right here. That half off price, it was VG Plus. It is $20, Alan. Journey was a $45 start. Jefferson Starship, Roy Orbison, JoJo Gunn, Straub's Ghost, Prism, Armageddon, The Kinks, State of Confusion, Journey Through the Past, New Riders of the Purple Sage, The Fraternity of Man, Webb Pierce, Mountain, Avalanche, Elton John, Culture Club, New Riders of the Purple Sage, Jay Giles Band Live, Ry Cooter, Poco, Jackson Brown, Jay Giles Band, and Bee Gees. Journey's at 45. Brooks was in first. Thomas was second. Lazarus is at 58 on Rainbow. Lazarus is the high bid on Rainbow at 58. Thomas is at 46 on Journey. Rick Wakeman, Dave Edmonds, Neil Young, Average White Band, Boz Skaggs, Julie London. Somebody asked about this earlier. It's a 1958 press, and Julie is her name, volume 2, $15 on that one. Michael says he claimed Neil Young the first time through. I'll give it to you now. Neil Young is sold to Michael Nath. Comes the time. I didn't see that one. Rainbows at 60 with Paul Jackson. New bid. The East Side Kids, The Tiger and the Lamb, $20 on that. Neil Young Trans is $10 for Trans. Jim Anstant, who asked about Julie London, said he'll take Julie London. That's so to Jim Anstant. Susan Taylor, Finally Getting Home. Crispy and St. Peter's. The Head Boys. The Foundations. Cat Stevens, Bill Haley, Jackie DeShannon, Andy and Cleopatra, Don Adams, Martin Mull, Dennis Miller, Webb Pierce, Mason Williams, NYPA, Dionne Warwick, and Peter, Paul, and Mary. All right, next comment is which Prism is that and price? That was Prism Armageddon. That is $10 after the discount. Rainbow's at 65. Let's see. Philip Shoemaker says he'll take the Susan Taylor. Susan Taylor is right in here, somewhere right here. That's sold to Philip Shoemaker. And what was the Herman's Hermits? That's a soundtrack to Mrs. Brown. You've Got a Lovely Daughter. That was the soundtrack Herman's Hermits did. Gatefold, super clean vinyl. That is $5. Miles Medlin. And update on our auctions. Lazarus is at 65 on Rainbow. Paul Jackson or anybody else, if you're done bidding, please let me know. Brooks, you're out on Journey. If you want to bid more than 46, please do, or say out. And I'm going to go grab a new crate if everybody's done with that one. Let's see. Info on Dennis Miller. Paul's at 70 on that. Dennis Miller is called Dennis Miller from Saturday Night Live. Very cool. It looks like a White Album cover. $7.50. That's about all I can tell you. It's a complete two-sided comedy album. Price is $7.50. And Paul Jackson's at 70 on Rainbow. Thomas is at 48 on Journey. And Christopher Brusha says he'll take Herman's Hermits if Miles doesn't. Herman's Hermits is sold to Christopher. That's if Miles doesn't want it. And we'll find out from him. Where are you, Herman's Hermits? It's right here. That's sold to Christopher Brusha unless Miles says he wants it. Jim, Neil Young's already been claimed. Lazarus is 75 on Rainbow. And Neil says he'll pass on the Prism. Journey's out with Brooks. And so 48 on Journey and 75 on Rainbow. Keith said he'll take the Dennis Miller. That's sold to Keith. Thank you. If I've missed anything else, let me know. I'm going to keep this crate right here behind me. So if I missed a question, send it again or ask a price. Whichever you want to do is fine with me. I'm going to go try to find one of the half-off bins. I think I've got 2 or 3 in our storage room. Give me a second to kind of flip through them. I'm going to step to the back for another 30 seconds and see what some of the records are that's in these. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. I don't know, this is some odd stuff in here. There's all kinds of different records. They're stickered. It's pretty much like a best offer type deal. So, Andy and Cleopatra for Sherry Martell. Andy and Cleopatra. Andy and Cleopatra is $15. Early 60s mono, maybe even late 50s. When was this put out? Not for sure. There's the tough one to find, the one from the Andy Griffin. That's $15 if you want it, Sherry. Paul's out on Rainbow. Lazarus has that for $75, and I think we're going to go ahead and end these auctions. No Beatles tonight. Possibly. I don't know what's in these bins. I have a Beatles crate over here, though. We got plenty right here next to me. Okay, these first records, I don't think we ever got to. These are some metal records. They're not priced or anything, so I got to hold off on these. I'll show them before long, so just ignore that those are in there. And let's see what else is in here. I really don't know. For some reason, these were pulled to be listed on Discogs, so let's see what we have in here. The Beach Boys, Surf's Up, with poster, $49.99. So everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Surf's Up is $49.99 with poster, about a VG Plus cover. Getz and Gilberto, number 2, Stan Getz and Gilberto. $39.99, gatefold. Black Verve label, no condition notes on that one. Gemini 4, Walk in Space. That is sealed from 1966. It's a Hanna-Barbera record. Gemini 4, Walk in Space. That is sealed, $49.99. The World of Elvis Presley, program number 7, looks like some kind of bootleg, $39.99. Rockin' with Robin, Bobby Day. A 1959 mono, strong VG, $74.99. Rockin' with Robin, Bobby Day, VG, $74.99, 1959 mono. Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. That's $19.99. Not sure why that's in there, but that's a yellow Epic label, $19.99, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. The Who, unreleased, the Who bootleg is $39.99. They've literally taken some magazine clippings to make the back cover. $39.99 on the Who unreleased. The Game of Love, Wayne Fontana, $24.99. The Game of Love, Wayne Fontana, $24.99 on that. Jim Steinman, this is $24.99. Jim Steinman, Bad for Good. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. Lazarus gets Rainbow for $75, and Journey is sold to Thomas for $48. Those are sold and sold. Let's go through. Let's put up. Oh, here's the Beatles. Here's a Japanese pressing of Rubber Soul, and I still got Yellow Submarine. We sold one Journey. Let's do this. I got some new Japanese pressings here up for auction. The Beatles Rubber Soul is near mint and pristine. It's a $55 start. The Beatles Rubber Soul, near mint and pristine, $55 start. Japanese EAS Flag Series 80-555. It has the original Japanese insert and the original black inner sleeve. And this is really nice. $55 start on Rubber Soul Japanese pressing. Then we have Journey Evolution. This is a $45 start, Journey Evolution. Near mint and pristine vinyl. Journey Evolution, $45 start on that. And this includes the following. This has a Japanese insert and the original inner sleeve. $55 on the Beatles and $45 on Journey. Okay, Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All. I don't know why some of these are in here. These are just random vintage records in the high-end bin. 1999 on Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. If you just joined us, these are buy it now best offer. The Who, Face Dances, 1999. Elton John, A Single Man, 1999. Elephant's Memory, Songs from Midnight Cowboy. That is sealed from 1969. Sealed from 1969, $39.99. Elephant's Memory, Midnight Cowboy. David Allen Co. Compass Point, that's a white label promo, $39.99. David Allen Co. Compass Point, $39.99. The Fabulous Knickerbockers, Lies, also a white label promo, $49.99. The Knickerbockers, Lies, white label promo, $49.99. Archie Shepp, Kwanzaa, white label promo, Archie Shepp Kwanzaa, ABC Impulse, $49.99. Paul Jackson's at $45 on Journey, looking for a $55 start on the Beatles. Chris offered $29.99 for the Getz and Gilberto. Sell that to Chris Ferrara for $29.99. Spellbinder, Gabor Szabo, $49.99 on Spellbinder. Gabor Szabo, that's another Impulse title, $49.99. Spellbinder. A Very Strange Brew, that's a 1969 pressing, $49.99. The cover has some chipping over here on the edge. A Very Strange Brew, $49.99. So Journey 45, Beatles 55, Beatles 55, Elephant's Memory is good sock stuff. True. Which releases Rubber Soul, US or Europe tracks? This is US. Rubber Soul, this would be the US track listing. Drive My Car, Norwegian Wood, You Won't See Me, Nowhere Man, Think for Yourself, The Word, Michelle, What Goes On, Girl, I'm Looking Through You, In My Life, Wait If I Need Someone, and Run for Your Life. Journey is now at 50. The Beatles is now at 60. Mark Lent offered $39.99 for Spellbinder. That's sold to Mark Lent for $39.99. Time, Smooth Ball, $64.99. Is that what that says? Time, Smooth Ball. Smooth Ball, T-I-M-E, $64.99 from 1969. Looks more like sock again. Eddie Henderson, Sunburst, $49.99 on Blue Note. Eddie Henderson, Sunburst, $49.99. The Individualism of Gil Evans from 1964, $49.99. These are all buy it now best offer. More Marv Johnson, a 1960 mono, $79.99. More Marv Johnson, $79.99, 1960 mono. Clarence Henry, You Always Got Hurt. You Always Hurt the One You Love. On Argo, 4009, a 61 mono, $59.99 for Clarence Henry. The Beatles, As Sweet As You Are. That's the Beatles Summer of 62 BBC Radio, unofficial, $49.99. Research, 1612 in Research, $99.99 from 1968. Research, 1612 in Research, $99.99. Kenny, I can't do that on DAC, but if you really want it, I'll sell it to you for $20, the David Allen Co. Bill Evans, You Must Believe in Spring, $79.99. That's in shrink wrap, Bill Evans. So final call on Journey, Grant Peltzer's at 50, and final call on the Beatles at 60. Sky Saxon Blues Band, a full spoon of seedy blues, $64.99. That's Sky Saxon Blues Band, a full spoon of seedy blues, $64.99. There's a random cardboard divider. And we have Superfood Bambino, $24.99. Looks like it's sealed. Missile Command, an exciting adventure story from Atari, 1982, sealed, $59.99. Paul Jackson's at 15 on Journey, and the Beatles Rubber Soul is at final call at $60. I can't do that on David Allen Co. Space Hog is $89.99. Record Store Day, first ever release on vinyl, the 1995 Alternate Glam Classic 2LP Gatefold Pink and Cream British Passport Splatter Vinyl, limited to 2,000 copies. Space Hog is sealed, $89.99. Joe's at 65 on the Beatles. Journey's at 55. New bids on both auctions. Curtis Rausch, Cosmic Campfire Music, $19.99. That is sealed. The Temperance Movement, Covers and Rarities, that is $34.99 on red vinyl. The Temperance Movement is sealed. And Bush, The Sea of Memories, $49.99, sealed. The Bush, The Sea of Memories, $49.99. Beatles 65, the Beatles is at 70. Grant's out on Journey, so now we have a $55 bet on Journey, going twice, going three times. Craig offered $80.55 for Space Hog. How about, let's make that $81, Craig. Can you live with that? Sell that to Craig for $81, and let's sell the David Allen Co. to Kenny for $20. Okay, those are both sold. 16 Jackies, movie was bad, $9.99. Stranger Things Season 3, this is a limited edition Target exclusive on red, white, and blue splatter. It has a bonus 7-inch and more. That is $79.99. $79.99. All distortions are intentional, $24.99. Joe Maynard is at $75 on the Beatles. Pamela, you're out, and we're about to sell Journey to Paul Jackson for $55. Sopwith Camel, The Miraculous Hump returns from the moon. Sopwith Camel, $64.99. And the Now Yearbook 1984 is $139.99, and that is sealed. Now Yearbook 1984. That was an odd mix of music. That's stuff that we pulled, I think, a long time ago to list on Discogs, and it never made it on there. Can I see the vinyl? You sure can. The Beatles is absolutely perfect. It's a Japanese pressing. EAS 80555. It is near mint pristine. Perfect. It's got that glossy look to it. There's the original black inner sleeve and the lyric insert. No foxing or anything on this one, or discoloration, and really nice cover obi. That's a top Japanese copy. Pamela's at 80. Let's go ahead and sell Journey for $55 to Paul Jackson. Michael Mofield wants the Temperance Movement. I'm going to read through those titles one more time, and this is now truly the last call. Some of these won't be on Discogs. There's some like just standard classic rock type stuff in here, or rock and pop. But let me read those. And there's stuff in the back. I'll have this One Night on the Sale. It's like some pretty heavy type music here. So we'll have that either One Night on the Sale, or if I get it on Discogs, I'll let y'all know. Beatles is at 85 of Joe Maynard. So Pamela, you're back out. Pamela's right back in at 90. So here's what's left in this bin. If you want prices, or if you want to make an offer, please be my guest. I'd rather sell y'all these at a discount, a small discount, than list them on Discogs. Just a little bit extra expense. We got to pay fees, extra time to list them, describe them, when I can sell them right now. So this is Beach Boys Surfs Up, Gemini 4, Walk in Space, The World of Elvis Presley, Rockin' with Robin, Bobby Day, Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, The Who, Unreleased. That's a Who bootleg, unreleased tracks, it says. Wayne Fontana, Game of Love, Jim Steinman, Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years, The Who Face Dances, Elton John, Single Man, Elephant's Memory, Songs from Midnight Cowboy, Fabulous Knickerbockers, Archie Shepp, Kwanzaa, A Very Strange Brew, Smoothball, Time, Eddie Henderson, Sunburst, The Individualism of Gil Evans, More, Marv Johnson, and Clarence Henry. Price on the Beach Boys. Surfs Up is $49.99. It does have the poster. Price and info on the Who boot. This says The Who, unreleased. It's on Who Records. It's an unofficial $39.99. Anyway, anyhow, anywhere. Daddy Rolling Stone, The Last Time, Under My Thumb, Heat Wave. They're doing some Stone stuff. Disguises, Circles, Batman, Bucket T, and Barbara Ann. Who unreleased. That's $39.99. Out on the Beatles. So Pamela has that for $90. Going twice, going three times. I'm going to sell it as soon as I come back, because I'm going to grab our next two Japanese auctions, which is Yellow Submarine and Tears for Fears. Songs from the Big Chair. Let's put these up. So next is the Beatles, Yellow Submarine. This is really nice. It does have some light discoloration on the cover, but let me show you the good part. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. That is $55 starting bid on this one. It has this Japanese insert with it. And yeah, really nice cover. I mean, overall, the obi's perfectly white. Just right up here, some just humidity spots on it. And a little bit on the back. $55 start on Yellow Submarine. So let's go ahead and sell the other Beatles for $90 to Pamela Villavenicio. And Tears for Fears Songs from the Big Chair is a $55 start. Mint and Pristine, Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, $55 start. Pamela's in on the Beatles at $55. Another mint copy, Songs from the Big Chair, $55 start on that. Christopher said he will take the Who bootleg. The Bill Evans, yep, it's about to come up. Let me go ahead and show it to you. Bill Evans, You Must Believe in Spring, with Freddie Gomez and Elliot Ziegman. That's in shrink wrap. It is $79.99. Bill Evans, You Must Believe in Spring. I've also got the Beatles, How Sweet You Are, As Sweet as You Are bootleg. Research, In Research, Sky Saxon Blues Band, and then some stuff here. A lot of it is sealed. Superfood Bambino, Missile Command, Atari, Curtis Rausch, Bush is sealed. 16 Jackies, Stranger Things, Target exclusive, All Distortions, Sop with Camel, and Now Yearbook 84. That's why anytime I post the pre-orders for these Now Yearbooks, you might want to get in on them. When they go out of print and the people trying to collect these, they get quite expensive. This is $139.99. Thomas offered $30 on the Beatles boot. We're going to sell that to Thomas for $30. And Scott Snee offered $15 for Cosmic Campfire Music. Sell that to Scott Snee for $15. Pamela's at $55 on the Beatles. I'm looking for a $55 start on Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. Craig said he would give $1.10 for the Cardboard Divider. Wow. Is that a real offer? I'll sell it to you. What's the time price? Time, I think, was $99.99, Bob. No, $64.99. $64.99. It's on Liberty. It's a gatefold. Looks very psychedelic. It has the original inner sleeve, yeah. Original inner sleeve, Liberty, and it's about EX Plus. $64.99. Can't call that one near mint. VG Plus cover. Okay. I have another crate of high-end stuff. I'm going to go grab it. Everything. Let me pull out some of these right here. I'm going to pull these out because they're not really supposed to be in here. These other just rock albums. I'm going to put them right over here. Go ahead and do some sorting. Anything else? Everything else was up there. Yeah. Well, some of these, but I think I had them pulled out because they were sealed maybe, or they come from a different collection. All Distortions, the 16 Jackies. Okay, final call on the Beatles, and final call if you want to get a bid in on Tears for Fears. We have no auctions left over tonight. All of the auctions from tonight have sold. No bids. I've got plenty more Japanese. I got one more in the crate that I posted a flip video, and then we have a whole nother crate after that. We can keep going on those. Let me go grab another half-off bin right quick, or high-end bin. I see something now. I may need to set these aside. I'll show them. Thomas is at 45 on Tears for Fears. I can't do a 40. I was looking for a $55 start on that. Now, if I make it a buy it now for 55 here in a minute, no one bids, and I'll consider something. But right now, $55 start. So now somebody was just in the store. I need to pull these out. I'll show them. But somebody was just in the store today, and it was about closing time, and they came in from Cross Plains, Tennessee, and they said, this is on your Discogs. Now, it's not supposed to be because everything in our Discogs is in the back. He may have seen it on Discogs a while back. If it's on there right now, that means that all this stuff is on Discogs. Do you have a way to look up? I need to double check this, because if these are on Discogs, then we need to take them off. So, or if we sell them tonight, we need to take them off. So there you have it. Thomas is at 55. So we got final bids on both of these. 55 and 55. We're about to sell both of those, 55 and 55. So from this sticky note back, I'll show these. If they're on Discogs, I need to take them off, but they're for sale. So I know for sure these may be. We have Tom Waits Mule Variations. Special Anniversary Limited Edition. Tom Waits Mule Variations, $99.99. $99.99. Elvis in Memphis is already sold. That sold for $86 earlier. Karate is $199.99. It's a 2004 UK. Karate, $199.99. Karate. Tom Waits isn't on Discogs. Okay. So I think the guy that was in the store today from Cross Plains, he may have thought that was on our Discogs, but I know Paul has all that in a certain place now. So, but we did have somebody that was in the store wanting to buy this today, and of course my mother had no idea where it is, and neither could I. If I was here, I wouldn't even know where it was. I just found it right now. Eric Clapton and Friends. Eric Clapton and Friends, The Breeze, an appreciation of J.J. Cale. That is $124.99. $124.99. Eric Clapton and Friends. Karate. Karate is $174.99. Some Boots. Karate 2002. Some Boots. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, 40th Anniversary LP Edition. $129.99. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. The Business, Saturday's Heroes, $59.99. That's a 1985 UK copy. And Carnivore is a music on vinyl pressing, $49.99. $49.99. Carnivore, music on vinyl. And this is Brand of Sacrifice, God Hand, $119.99. Brand of Sacrifice, God Hand, $119.99. This couch is long and full of friendship. 2013 white vinyl, $34.99. The Academy is almost here, $79.99. 2013 green vinyl. Let's sell these auctions. Pamela gets the Beatles for $55. Thomas gets Tears for Fears for $55. Next comment is Jesse Rome on JJ. Now, was that J.J. Cale? If so, then that's the Eric Clapton and Friends and appreciation. If so, that's sold to Jesse Rome for $124.99. And Tanner, we need to set that aside if so. Let me mute my mic while I take a drink of water. It's keeping me awake right now. Okay. So where did I get to? This is Mono, You Are There. Mono is $49.99. That's 2006 blue-green vinyl. Well, some of this is very odd. This is why it was on Discogs. They're $100 records, and I can't figure out what they are. SEMPITERNAL. There's nothing on the spine either. So how would you know who that was if it was sealed in a store somewhere? You wouldn't even be, I guess you would just have to know from that. So that's $99.99. And what do we have here? $199.99. $199.99. This is Fig 4. Fig 4, $199.99. Plenty of Rush. At one time these were like $60 on Discogs before a bunch of them came back into stock. $36.99. Rush Power Windows, 180 gram, new and sealed. Rush Power Windows. And we also have Rush Hold Your Fire, $36.99. And no, that's no longer on Discogs. It was for, I think, $59.99. We sold a couple on there. Let's see here. What do we have here? Miss Dynamite, A Little Deeper. Miss Dynamite is $39.99, A Little Deeper. And John Carpenter's music from the motion picture, The Thing, composed and conducted by Ennio Morricone. The Thing, 1982, $79.99. John Carpenter's The Thing, Ennio Morricone music. Airito, A-I-R-T-O. I have $14.99 on that, Promises of the Sun. Blondie, original radio broadcast, $9.99. Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare, a 2010 pressing, $99.99. John Prine Diamonds in the Rough, VG Plus, $44.99. And Atco Records promotional sample for New York Rock and Roll Ensemble and Cream Wheels of Fire, $64.99. This has absolutely nothing written on it. 2014 Lavender Vinyl. I don't know who it is. $64.99 for Unknown Record. I have no idea. Another Unknown Record. Circa Survive Violent Waves. Circa Survive Violent Waves, $174.99. Another Unknown Record. Law Dispute Wildlife, $49.99. Friend is, everybody buckle up, $1,000. Friend. That's not a joke. It's called, I don't know what this is. I remember showing me this, or I remember us finding this originally. It's called Futurist. Yeah, Futurist Shellac record number 9. Futurist Shellac record number 9. Shellac Friends Press. That is $1,000. Bring Me the Horizon, Count Your Blessings. A 2011 UK pressing on blue vinyl, $99.99. Imarosa, $49.99, pink splatter vinyl. The Together Sound of Reading. Can't say that. The Together Sound of Reading. 1970 sealed, $149.99. Does anybody want to buy any of these? Acid Dad, $69.99, blue clear vinyl. Jay-Z, The Blueprint 2, The Gift and the Curse, from 2002, $89.99 on Jay-Z. Ghetto Boys, We Can't Be Stopped. Ghetto Boys is from 1991, VG Plus, $199.99. Shock and Awe, George Bush, from 2005, $44.99. Original motion picture soundtrack to Mad Max, sealed, $89.99. Sleeping with Sirens, with Ears to See and Eyes to Hear, 2014 red vinyl, $99.99. The Promise Ring, Nothing Feels Good. The Promise Ring, 1999 gray vinyl, $59.99. The Format, Interventions and Lullabies, $109.99 from 2014. Is this a putback? This is a putback. We had a miscue on price. It is not $24.99, it's $124.99. $124.99. Eric Clapton and Friends, The Breeze and Appreciation of J.J. Cale. This is near mint. This is near mint. And that is sold to Brent Robley. That's sold to Brent Robley. Okay, now let me go through the comments and make sure I didn't miss anything. Sean is pretty much the only one commenting. He's having a panic attack. We need Sean to win the lottery, and then he would buy this crate, it looks like. Brent gets the Robley. Brent gets the JJ, and Will needs to also borrow $3,000 from somebody. Here's another one. This is HRVRD, The Inevitable and I. That's $79.99, 2003. I know them. Neutral Milk Hotel, $149.99. Neutral Milk Hotel, 1998 USA, $149.99. Broken Social Scene is $79.99. Unknown Records, $79.99. Bless the Fall, Hollow Bodies, $64.99. Bring Me the Horizon, Suicide Season, $99.99. Parkway Drive, Killing with a Smile, $94.99. From Indian Lakes, Absent Sounds, $49.99. I don't know, and it doesn't have a price on it, so I definitely don't need to price that. Hey, somebody I know, Bobby Hutcherson. This is from 1970. It's $79.99. It's Blue Note, Bobby Hutcherson. Now, it's in shrink wrap. It has a little bit of water damage, I think, or maybe some humidity damage. $79.99, Bobby Hutcherson. Westwood One, this is a radio broadcast from the Talking Heads, $199.99. Westwood One radio broadcast, it's a live Talking Heads, $199.99 radio broadcast. Bedhead is $129.99. Blue Six, Beautiful Tomorrow, $79.99. Daniel Bedingfield, Gotta Get Through This, $59.99. Bombino Nomad, $119.99. And that's it. And that's sometimes why we don't go through the high-end bins, because it's usually like stuff that didn't sell, but it's valuable, but we got to sell it somewhere else. So, oh, there's one more. I don't know what this is. It don't have a price on it. It's not in a sleeve, but it looks like something. Records like this, you just never know. You could look them up and they could be worth $1,200. You just have no idea. That's probably why it was in there. And this one here is still available. And thank you, John Mintzmoyer. He said the picture disc is Demue Borgia. We call that Demue. Yeah, that's from that collection I bought in Arkansas. I don't think I ever priced that. Okay, so I'm definitely not going to read through those again, but we do have a couple questions. Paul Brothers wants to know the price on Broken Social Scene. Now let me figure out which one that is. Broken Social Scene. Hopefully it's written on the cover. Broken Social Scene. Paul Beal, that is $79.99. It's a 2005, 180 gram is what we have on the back. And these are all buy it now, best offer. These never did make it to Discogs. They obviously needed to, but $79.99. And of course, still got Neutral Milk Hotel was an OG, right? Yeah, 98 USOG, $149.99. We have that Friends record that's like $1,000. And yeah, I go through some of these back here. I think some of these still may be active on Discogs. Some of them may not. We have Tom Waits, Mule Variations. We have Karate Pockets. Karate, Some Boots. These I can make out. I definitely know this. Jethro Tull is the 40th anniversary Steven Wilson. That's an expensive one, $129.99. We had The Business, Saturday's Heroes. Carnivore. This was called A Brand of Sacrifice, God Hand. The Couch is Long. The Academy Is. Mono, You Are There. I still have not made out this one. Someone said Bring the Horizon, or man, it's incredible. I mean, it's unless it's in Bring Me the Horizon, yeah, unless it's in the gatefold, or maybe it's written very faintly. I just find it hard to believe somebody would release a record, and if this was sealed, you wouldn't be able to identify it unless you looked it up, or if you just knew what it was. But it kind of blows my mind. There's nothing on the labels either. Let's see. Paul Bill said 60 for Broken. Paul, I will sell that to you for $60. And then, let's see here. This was Fig 4, $199.99. And then, yes, the Rush were sealed. I'm going to go ahead and pull these out and put them back over here in the bin. Rush are sealed 180 gram reissues. Sealed remasters. $136.99 on power, or $36.99 on Power Windows, and $36.99 on Hold Your Fire. Okay. I can't do that for the Unknown record. Or Bring Me, it's not Unknown anymore, it's Bring the Horizon. Let me put these over here in the bin. Hold your fires and power windows. I've also got Fly By Night, Exit Stage Left, Clockwork Orange, Angels, excuse me, Moving Pictures, Caress Your Seal, Farewell to Kings, gosh. Hemisphere, self-titled, All the World's a Stage, and I feel like I'm missing something else, but I've got most of them. I don't have any signals. I'm ready for some more Buy It Now Best Offer. If y'all are, Lazarus said 25 on Carnivore. I can't do that on Carnivore. I would do $35 on it. All the Rush albums are sticker price. The Rush albums are for sure sticker price. Fly By Night is $39.99. Clockwork is $39.99. Blueprint 2 for $45. Now, this is Jay-Z. That was $89.99. I can't do that. So, let me go through some stuff. Buy It Now Best Offer. And I got some more Japanese stuff to show. I have 9 more crates like this, but we're probably not going to go through them. Like I've said before, the best thing is we don't really go through high-end bins anymore. If we hadn't sold them on here already, they go to Discogs. You can find them on there. If you see something you want, don't buy it on Discogs. Let us know. Sean says, please do. Sean, I will go through some more as soon as you win the lottery. That way you can buy them. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. This is a $45 start. Elton John's Greatest Hits. Just let me know when you've hit the lottery, and I will show you as many of those as you want to see. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Japanese pressing. This is a $45 start. Very nice, near mint pristine. I think we're all familiar with Elton. Jeff McIntosh is already in at $45. It's got the insert, the original inner sleeve. This is super duper nice. Great track listing. $45 start on Elton John. I have some other U.S. pressings that I pulled out of the bins over here from earlier that I was going to auction, including Bob Dylan and the band. And this was called Before the Flood, recorded live in concert. Bob Dylan and the band. That is a $25 start. It's a 2LP. 2LP, Bob Dylan and the band. How much for Acid Dad from the last bin? Acid Dad. Yeah, if I missed any claims, I had a couple offers, but I mean, I can't do half off on these. I'd say these prices are comparable to Discogs sold or active or comps or something from Discogs, and then we're going to put them on there. And at most, maybe 10%. But Acid Dad, limited edition colored vinyl is $69.99. Blue clear vinyl, $69.99. The Rush Fly By Night is new seal pressing. All the Rush albums I just named off are all sealed new pressings. I have no OG Rush. Those are all gone. There's hardly any ever left over. Those are all new sealed pressings. All sealed, new pressings. Bobby Hutcherson was $79.99. Let me find a crate to go through. Let's do some Buy It Now Best Offer. I guess I can go through one of these crates from over here. Let's see what we got. Try to find some stuff we hadn't been through in a while. There's Kate Bush. I feel like we've been through this one recently. Tres Hombres, maybe not. There's some pretty good looking titles in here. The Firm and all kinds of different stuff. David Bowie, I don't know. We're about to find out. Let's go through them. I'll make them Buy It Now Best Offer. So, would you take $59 for the Acid Dad? Now that I will do. And John Moreno, the Bobby Hutcherson, was $79.99. But yeah, all the Rush titles are new and sealed remasters. Therefore, about 6 months ago, I guess the first of the year, those things were coming in. They went through a big repress of Rush. We have self-titled, Fly By Night, Caress of Steel, 2112, Farewell to Kings, Hemispheres, Moving Pictures, Permanent Waves, Hold Your Fire, the 2 live albums. Acid Dad is $59. That's sold to Fred Carnell, $59. So let's go through some vintage here. I have no idea what's in here, but they're all Buy It Now Best Offer, and then we'll go back into half-off stuff after this. But this is just a random crate that was up front. The Monkees, Headquarters, EX, $17.99. By the way, Elton John is at $45 with Jeff McIntosh, and we're looking for a $25 start on Bob Dylan and the band. Billy Joe Royal, Down in the Boondocks, EX condition, $9.99. These are Buy It Now Best Offer. The Eagles Live is EX $39.99, and that has the poster with it. EX $39.99, and that has the poster with it. This is Sinatra, is VG Plus $9.99. This is Sinatra, VG Plus $9.99. Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, VG Plus $14.99 with a very creepy sketch somebody made on it. Iron Butterfly is VG Plus $14.99. Iron Butterfly Heavy is VG Plus $14.99. Billy Joe Royal would be $8 if you want that one. Heroes, somebody was looking for this last night. Heroes, David Bowie, EX copy $32.99. Is there an inner sleeve for Billy Joe Royal? And Neil offered 5, I said 8, and it has a drum roll, a Columbia inner sleeve. Columbia inner sleeve. Tres Hombres, ZZ Top, EX copy $29.99 for Tres Hombres, EX $29.99. We have Credence Gold, is VG $14.99. Pass on Billy Joel, and John needs to put back David Bowie. That's only a $55 putback charge. John has already racked up several of those this week. The Touch by Alabama, that is EX $9.99. Sale Paul Gill, Tres Hombres for $25. The Cat, the Incredible Jimmy Smith, is EX $19.99. And we have the Kinks Greatest Hits. The Kinks Greatest Hits is a VG copy, $14.99. Stealin', this is a 1969 unofficial from who? VG Plus, $39.99. A unofficial from Bob Dylan. VG Plus, $39.99. Daniel Fowler wants Jimmy Smith. Dave Plunkett was second. The Best of Michael Jackson is a VG copy, $14.99. Jackson Brown Holdout is EX $17.99. Webb Pierce, Sands of Gold. Webb Pierce is EX $12.99. The Original Animals, Before We Were So Rudely Interrupted, EX $12.99. David Bowie was EX Condition, $32.99. EX Condition, $32.99. Lazarus, the Eagles would be $35 if you want it. Elton John is sold to Jeff McIntosh for $45. If anybody wants Bob Dylan and the band, that's a $25 buy it now. Bob Dylan and the band, $25 buy it now if anybody wants that. Wes Bruce and Lang, Live and Kickin', VG Plus $14.99. Grand Funk, We're an American Band, that's EX $19.99 on black vinyl. Mel Webster gets Dylan and the band for $25. Grateful Dead, American Beauty, this is a VG copy, $34.99. VG on the vinyl, $34.99. It's a 1970 Terre Haute. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, VG Plus $24.99. What Am I Living For? Jack Scott, VG copy $14.99. Cat Stevens, Matthew and Son, EX $22.99. Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes, VG Plus $9.99. And the Moody Blues, Seventh Sojourn, VG Plus $9.99. Moody Blues is a good record to stop on while I go get our next batch of Japanese records, which is the same place where I've been getting the high-end bin. So let me go get our newest batch of Japanese LPs. I will be right back so we can start some more auctions. Never mind, they weren't back there. Are they up here? These are check condition. Okay, we got our next 6 are going to be check condition. We'll take a look at what we have here. Do you have a Ziggy MoFi? Possibly. Possibly. Eagles is this US stuff? What is this? Or is this Japanese? Okay, this is US. Okay, I'll just show this. $14.99. It's a VG copy. VG Eagles self-titled. VG $14.99. Eagles Desperado. This doesn't have any marks on it or any stickers. Let's see what's going on. The Eagles is VG $14.99. That's technically a new arrival. This is about an EX or VG Plus by Japanese grading, or EX Plus of the Eagles Desperado. And this is a $15 start. So Desperado, and this is a Japanese pressing? Oh, this is US too. Okay, we'll make that a bot now as well. So there's two VG. Actually, if that's Japanese, then that's probably more like, it's not a bad copy, I guess, probably by US then. That's like VG Plus. Van Halen. Let's see what's going on. This is definitely a Japanese pressing. Let's see what's going on with this one. Van Halen 1984. It looks like we got a mark, a scuff right here with maybe a little bit of a mark you can feel. 1984. And side 2 is near mint minus. So let's start this for $35. Van Halen 1984, $35. It does have a light, feelable mark on side 2, near mint minus side 1. Has a Japanese insert with it. Cover and obi. The cover is detached, and that's a $35 start. Van Halen 1984. Okay, so these are VG US copies of the Eagles and Eagles Desperado, $14.99 on those. Let me set these aside for right now. $35 start on that. Okay, Christopher was asking, he was making a $20 offer on the Dylan bootleg, which was called Stealing. This is $39.99. I would do $35 on that, Christopher. $35 on that. And Tillman offered $29.99 for Bowie, which we had marked for $32.99. We're going to sell that to Tillman Smoot for $29.99. Okay, so $35 start on Van Halen. And we also have Fleetwood Mac Mirage. Fleetwood Mac Mirage is, let's see what we have here. Fleetwood Mac Mirage. This is got looks like a paper scuff there on side 2. And side 1 is very nice. So really nothing going on much with this one. Also a $35 start on Fleetwood Mac. So Fleetwood Mac Mirage. So we will classify it as check condition. And this is got 2 inserts with it. Nice cover of obi. Mirage, $35 start on that. Okay. Did I pull David Bowie Heroes already? Okay, David Bowie Heroes have been pulled. Van Halen, $35. Christopher said he'll take the Dylan boot, Stealing, for $35. That's sold to Christopher Brescia for $35. Where are you, Stealing? That was the Dylan boot. And then whoever asked about the Ziggy, was that Derek? Or no, who asked for that? Sean, you might want to check our Discogs. I may have one on there. I'm not for sure. I hadn't been on our Discogs myself in a while. I got to figure out what is actually active. Because people ask about stuff sometimes. I'm like, no, I don't have that. And then they're like, well, you have it on your Discogs. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, I don't list that stuff on there. So Van Halen, $35, now $37. Fleetwood Mac's $35. Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees, VG Plus $14.99. Four-wheel drive, Bachman Turner Overdrive, VG Plus $9.99. The Rascals' Greatest Hits, VG Plus $14.99. Billy Squire, Signs of Life, EX copy, $17.99. More of the Monkees, VG Plus $14.99. More of the Monkees, VG Plus $14.99. Blackfoot, Strikes, EX $17.99. That has Train on it. Steppenwolf 7, VG $9.99. Bob Seger, Night Moves, EX $27.99. The Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue, EX $32.99. So final call on Van Halen for $37 and final call on Fleetwood Mac for $35. Always, always, Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, VG Plus $24.99. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives is EX $17.99. BTO self-titled, VG Plus $9.99. David Schroeder on Blackfoot. That's sold to David Schroeder. We have Dolly's Greatest Hits, a VG copy, $12.99. Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG Plus $19.99. If anybody's on, we're going through some Buy It Now Best Offer. Boy, there were some good records right there. We're about to get to them. Let me not lose my spot, though. First was Marshall Tucker Band, Together Forever, VG Plus $9.99. Then we had Kiss, Dress to Kill, VG Plus $49.99 in shrink wrap. Kate Bush, Hounds of Love, VG Plus $49.99 on brown translucent vinyl. Queen, A Night at the Opera is VG Plus $24.99. John Prine's Sweet Revenge is EX32.99. Queen Live Killers is VG Plus $49.99. Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, that is $19.99 APP. Toronto Rock and Roll Revival 1969 Volume 3, Chuck Berry in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Ohio Players Gold, $19.99 for the Ohio Players. And Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, $24.99 original inner sleeve. Okay, I think it's time to go ahead and sell Fleetwood Mac to Thomas for $35. Thomas gets the Fleetwood Mac. Now, I need to know if Joanne Epperson, please let me know if you're done bidding on Van Halen, or I mean David. Joanne has the high bid at $39. David Polke, if you could let me know if you're in or out on Van Halen. Our next Japanese auction is going to be a collection of Beatles oldies. And let's see what's going on with this one. We have a collection of Beatles oldies. Wow, on red vinyl. It is on red vinyl. Now, we got some scuffing going on right here. It's some non-feelers, but there's some scuffing that runs basically from the edge all the way to the other side. And side one pretty much don't have many marks on it. So it has some odd scuffing right through here, but you can I don't know if you really can feel those or not. It looks like something just kind of rubbed up against it one time and really just got a heavy scuff on it. But that is on red vinyl, a collection of Beatles oldies. We'll do this for a $35 start. It is red vinyl. There's the lyric insert, has some discoloration on it. The original inner sleeve and the cover, pretty notable discoloration on it. Red vinyl though, collection of Beatles oldies with Obi, $35 start on that. So, Sherry offered $30 for Queen. That would be $45 if you want Queen. Rich offered $15 for Bruce, and that was The River possibly. If so, sell that to Rich Record for $15. Van Halen $40, and Sean Jones is also at $40. David Polke's at $40, and so is Sean Jones. Next was Roy Acuff's Greatest Hits, $19.99 on Roy Acuff. Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson is $14.99, The Sound in Your Mind. The Firm is in shrink wrap. Paul Rogers, Jimmy Page, $29.99. Joe Zanelli wants the Ohio Players Gold. That's sold to Joe Zanelli. Little River Band, Sleeper Catcher, $9.99. Split Ends, Waiata. Split Ends is $14.99. Spooky Tooth, Spooky 2, $19.99. Spooky 2 is the baby smoking a cig pristine. Actually, no, this is a check condition. Let me refresh my memory myself on this one. This one was, side one has a scuff right here that is almost feelable. Just a small little mark. It'll probably make a click when it hits it. And side two was near mint minus. So it's kind of like one of those that's just like one little mark keeping it from being really nice. David has that at $40. There's the inner sleeve. The Obi needs you could actually touch that up with a bit of glue. It's just the adhesive has come on the back. No rips or anything, just some adhesive needs to be put on that. Nice cover with Obi. And that's at $40 with David. Looking for a $35 start on the Beatles. Stones, $25 Rescue. Now, I don't remember showing a Rolling Stones in here. Let's try to find that, though. George Ellis, Emotional Rescue. Sell that to him for $25. Got it. Dan Fogelberg's Greatest Hits, $12.99 in shrink wrap. Hall & Oates Voices, $19.99 for Hall & Oates Voices. David Bowie Live is $49.99. Orange RCA label, David Bowie Live, $49.99. Kenny Rogers and the First Edition presents The Band of Calico, $19.99 for Kenny Rogers. The Hums of the Lovin' Spoonful, $12.99. And Clarence Gatemouth Brown, All Right Again. That is $19.99 for Clarence Gatemouth Brown. John Smetzer offered $10 for the Fogelberg Hits. Sell that to John for $10. Ian wants the Boz Skaggs. That was a few back, but we still got it. That was Lowdown, right? Lido Shuffle, which is called Silk Degrees. That's sold to Boz Skaggs. Boz Skaggs is sold to Ian P. The Firm is self-titled, Near Mint and Shrink, $29.99. Clarence Gatemouth Brown, Clarence Gatemouth. We got two offers. Brent was first at $15. He gets it. Neil, you were second. REO Speedwagon, Jeffrey offered $14. That was 9 lives. That's sold to Jeffrey. And we have another REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble. Another one, gold stamp promo. And I'm assuming, Jeffrey, you were offering 14 for that. If so, it's sold to you. There's another REO Speedwagon. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. Van Halen is sold to David Polkey for $40. David, you get the Van Halen. If anybody wants the red vinyl, a collection of Beatles oldies, we have not had an auction, not sell, or not get a bid. This is a $35 buy now. Red vinyl on this one. It is check condition cover. Definitely a check condition cover. No rips or splits or bends, just some humidity spots. And the vinyl is check condition. Non-feeler, but it has some odd scuffing on it. And this is $35, and it's sold to Thomas Hujar. Brent says actually he's going to be a good Samaritan and give Neil Brashear the clearance for $15. You had a G Love and Special Sauce. I still have a G Love and Special Sauce. There'll be more here tomorrow. They are $44.99. I got 2 more on the way. If you want one, George Ellis. If you want one, George Ellis. Okay. Next is... So these were just new arrivals. They're actually U.S. copies. They're VG condition. They're $14.99 for Desperado and Self-Titled. Those are VG copies. $14.99 if anybody's interested in those. Put down George Ellis for G Love and Special Sauce. Todd, I will split the difference with you on this firm record. It is a really nice copy in shrink wrap. Actually, you know what? I'll sell it to you for $22 instead of $25. $22. Look at that. Perfect inner sleeve and shrink wrap. Jimmy Page and Paul Rogers. That's 2 of my personal favorites. Let's sell that to Todd for $22. Alice in Chains Unplugged. I do not. Here's the story on Alice in Chains Unplugged. It was available for the long time with Music on Vinyl, which we are a dealer of Music on Vinyl. Sony pulled the licensing on Music on Vinyl to press their catalog. That means it went out of print and they got extremely expensive, and it has not been pressed in a long time. So there are really no official presses of that in print. Alice in Chains has been reissuing their catalog. They've done Facelift, they've done Dirt, and we're hoping next year, or there'll be an announcement soon, that they're going to do Self-Titled, which has been pressed on vinyl since its original inception. Maybe they'll do Unplugged, and plus all their other albums are long out of print too. So Jeffrey, that was 14 to Jeffrey DeLong. Both Eagles for $25. Sell these to Todd Tipton for $25. The price on the other REO Speedwagon is $19.99. Now, we have people sometimes also Jar of Flies and Sap. I hope Alice in Chains does that as well. Would you do 35 on Queen Killer? Sherry, we're getting closer. I was at 50. I think you offered 30. I said 45. We're getting closer. Yeah, Jar of Flies and Unplugged are heavily in-demand records. Probably, if you polled most of record collectors and record buyers right now, I'd say one of the most in-demand on people's wish list would be Jar of Flies and Unplugged. And there's just not enough of them in the world right now. And then some of those other 90s titles that's never been on vinyl. 35, the Thomas. Jeffrey, I'll sell you, this REO is awfully nice. I'll sell it to you for $14.99 if you're good with that. J.J. Kell, we actually haven't had any J.J. Kell. That was Eric Clapton doing a tribute to J.J. Kell. But I haven't had any other J.J. Kells tonight. Let me read through the titles in this, and I will go ahead next and do a half-off bin. So, yeah, if only I had a crystal ball. At one time, these metal racks you see right here behind us, at one time I had an entire display of Alice in Chains. You could have come in and bought Dirt, Jar of Flies, or Unplugged for $39.99. Those are $150, $200 records right now. Just incredible. I used to have stacks, and we'd get them by the crates full and just sell them every show. And then Sony pulled the licensing there because they wanted to reissue it themselves. So that's what happened. A lot of people bought them here from me for $39.99. Now if I auction one, it's $100 plus. So here's what's left. The Monkees Headquarters, Eagles Live. We had an offer on that, but I was looking for $35. It's EX condition with poster. Any BOC Japanese. I don't know if I've ever seen any BOC Japanese. I don't know if we've ever had a Japanese BOC. This is Sinatra, Iron Butterfly, Metamorphosis, Iron Butterfly Heavy, Billy Joe Royal, Down in the Boondocks, Creedence Gold, The Touch, Alabama, The Kinks' Greatest Hits, The Best of Michael Jackson, Jackson Browne, Hold On, Webb Pierce, Sands of Gold, The Original Animals, Wes Bruce and Lang, Grand Funk, We're an American Band, Grateful Dead, American Beauty, Steely Dan still available, What Am I Living For, Jack Scott, Cat Stevens, Matthew and Son, Pete Townsend, The Moody Blues, Seventh Sojourn, Four Wheel Drive, The Rascals' Greatest Hits, Billy Squier, More of the Monkees, Steppenwolf 7, Bob Seger, Night Moves, Porter and Dolly, BTO, Dolly's Greatest Hits, Marshall Tucker, Kiss, Kate Bush, Queen, John Prine, Queen. Sherry, I will do $40 on that. I will do $40 on that. Grand Funk, Price and Condition. That's the one you asked about earlier. What was the Grand Funk? Grand Funk was... Oh, that was We're an American Band. That is EX Condition, 1999. EX Condition, 1999. The Wes Bruce and Lang was one I don't see as often. Live and Kickin'. Live and Kickin'. VG Plus, $14.99. Alan Parsons Project. Chuck Berry. Cyndi Lauper. Roy Acuff. Willie Nelson. Little River Band. Split Enz. Spooky Tooth. So, let's see, better. So if you click Spooky Tooth on iTunes, I did it not too long ago. Their two top streaming songs on iTunes is Evil Woman and Better by You, Better by Me. And of course, that is Gary Wright with Spooky Tooth. All these songs are written by Gary Wright except Evil Woman. That's not the ELO song either. But Evil Woman and Better by You, Better by Me are their top two streaming songs. And that is $19.99. That's Gary Wright, Spooky Tooth, Spooky Tooth. Very clean copy, $19.99. Brent offered $10 for Wes Bruce and Lang. That is sold. Sherry, if you decide you want that for $40, let me know. That's $10 off. Tristan says, how much was Grateful Dead? Grateful Dead, I believe, was VG Condition, and I think it was $34.99. It's a 1970 Terre Haute. Grateful Dead American Beauty, VG Green Label, $34.99. Hall & Oates Voices, David Bowie Live, Kenny Rogers, and Love and Spoonful. Best on Kiss. I'll do $40 on Kiss. $10 off on that just because it's marked at $50. It's a Columbia house pressing. The covers in shrink wrap. Vinyl is VG+. Judas Priest covered that song of Spooky Tooth. Was that Better by You, Better by Me? Tristan said 20 on Grateful Dead. My best price on Grateful Dead would be $28. Excuse me. $28. I smell some Whataburger. Oh my gosh. Tanner's got a whole sack of Whataburger over here. Is Seth eating something too? Everybody's eating but me. We're going to have to end the show. I'm getting hungry too. Let's do some more half-off records. You have to give me a second to go to the back. Tristan, I'll do 28 on the Grateful Dead. I'll go ahead and sell you Grand Funk for 12. Sell that to Rich for 12. And Wesley, I will sell you Spooky Tooth for 15 unless Kelly wants it. If Kelly wants it for 15, she's got dibs. If not, that's sold to Wesley. And let me go. BLC albums were released in Japan. There you go. I figured they were. We've just never seen any. Also, Doors. People's always asking, Chad, where's the Doors at? And I'm like, well, they were sold in Japan, but they're just hard to get. Especially if you're talking about a 67 Doors self-titled. That would be really hard to get. Japanese pressing of it with Obi. I got to find some crates. I'm either going to have to do some condensing or we're going to have to find a crate. I have no crates left. They're all full. And do we have a crate anywhere I can use? Any empty? Anything we can pull out temporarily? Seth, I'm stealing your crate. Seth's eating watermelon. Okay. I got some Japanese stuff from last week that didn't sell. We're about to really reduce some prices on that. But while we're going through a couple more bins of half off, or maybe one more bin, Okay. Half off records. I left this one a little thinner so I could flip through them easier. Well, there's a lot of crates up here. I've got a lot of work to do after the sale. I've emptied out a lot of bins though, but we got to have the store in tip-top shape for the weekend. There'll be a lot of people here for our 20% off sale. Let's see if I missed anything while I was in the back. Kelly passed on the spooky tooth. Ate Whataburger today, first time. It's good. It's good if it's very fresh, for sure. I like the fries. They have these brownies too. They taste just like the ones they got at Chick-fil-A, but it's kind of bad at 4 a.m. eating a double cheeseburger, fries, ketchup, and a brownie, but I do it way too often. Breakfast at Tiffany soundtrack. Yes, we do sometimes. The OGs. It was, I think, released at RCA Victor. We put them out whenever we find nice copies. Usually they're kind of dinged, and it's really like a discount bin record. But if we have really nice copies, we put them out. Kind of like Herb Alpert albums. We've got 10,000 Herb Alperts, but actually the really clean ones, the really nice ones, people want them, and we put them out for sale. But some of those like 50s and 60s records, they usually end up in our discount sales, like here in the store. But if we have nice copies, we put them out for sale. So just the nice ones. So if you ever see a Herb Alpert Whipped Cream and Other Delights in our bins, it's probably a mint copy. And we sell them very quickly. Buddy Miles, we got to live together. I'm going to tell you the half off price on these. Buddy Miles is $7.50. Buddy Miles. Marshall Tucker Band, Long Hard Ride. Marshall Tucker Band is $7.50. Ian Lloyd and Stories is $10. Ian Lloyd and Stories. Randy Meisner, One More Song, $7.50. Shooting Star, Silent Scream. Shooting Star is $5. Automatic Man, Visitors. Automatic Man is $10 after the half off. Just Dave Van Ronk, $20 after the half off from 1964. Just Dave Van Ronk, $20 on that. Let me pull those Japanese LPs I was telling y'all about. Actually, I've got another Van Halen 1984 from this check condition pile. Let's see what's going on with this one. Van Halen has some marks on it. That has some feelable marks. This is VG minus. Side 2 has some feelable marks right here in the first track, which is Hot for a Teacher. And side 1 is actually not that bad. It does have some marks, but they're non-feelers. So not the best well-taken copy of Van Halen 1984, but we're going to start it just for a $15 start. Van Halen, $15 start. It says, see when that happens? It says error on Facebook. It's like I'm not connected for comments right now. So that's why one hadn't popped up in a while. I can't see Facebook comments right now. It says I'm disconnected. So if anybody's trying to comment anything, I can't see it until my phone reconnects. Van Halen, though, is a $15 start. We might actually have to check the Facebook chat.
Yeah, Fred Carnell coming with Buddy. Fred Riley coming.
Okay, so yeah, I figured. So Buddy, who? Fred Carnell? Fred Carnell and Brent Robley gets the Dave Van Ronk. Yeah, sometimes my phone does this right here. I get disconnected from Facebook, and it'll reconnect here in a minute. Let me actually try to refresh. See if that does it. But yeah, if you've commented on Facebook in the last 5 minutes, I probably hadn't been able to see it because I don't see the Facebook chat. I just see whatever comes up on the screen. And the last thing that come up on the screen was Rob Shindell asking about Breakfast at Tiffany's. So, but I did get Brent's and I did get Fred's claim. That was Dave Van Ronk, yeah. So the 2 comments that Tanner said I missed, I have got them. Tanner's still connected, but I'm not. Things We Like, Jack Bruce. Jack Bruce from Cream is with John McLaughlin, John Heisman, and Dick Hextall Smith. That is $17.50 after the half off. $17.50. That's from 1971 Atco. Van Halen is a $15 start, and I still can't see Facebook comments. That's from the last crate. The Who is EX, $8. The Split Ends, Wayata. That's that odd record. No one has really ever told me how to pronounce it because I don't know if anybody else knows how to pronounce it. Let me see if I can find that. I don't know enough about the Split Ends catalog to start telling you track list. Now, if you ask me if When the Levee Breaks is on Led Zeppelin 4, I'd be able to say yes, it is. Or is Blackbird on the White Album, then I'd say yes, it is. Hard Act to Follow, One Step Ahead, I Don't Want to Dance, Iris, Whale, Clumsy, History Never Repeats, Walking Through the Ruins, Ships, Ghost Girl, Albert of India. That's the track list on Split Ends. And that was $14.99 buy it now best offer. Michael Jackson, Farewell, My Summer, Love, Near Mint from 1984, $12.50 for Michael Jackson. Near Mint and Shrink Wrap, $12.50. Happy Trails, Quicksilver Messenger Service. That's a VG copy for $5. I got a Birds record, Younger Than Yesterday. The Birds is VG Plus, $7.50. Younger Than Yesterday. VG Plus, $7.50. And what do we have here? The half off price is $32.50. That is Sand. Sand is $32.50 after the half off. Cal Jader and Eddie Palmieri. That didn't sound right, did it? Palmieri, maybe. That is VG Plus, $10. Lazarus is at $15 on Van Halen. Going once, going twice. Yeah, I can get my other phone. I may just need to pull up the Facebook chat on my other phone. If you need that, I can get my other cell phone.
No, kick me off Facebook. Yeah.
Tanner's been kicked off Facebook. Addison said just end the sale. Well, if this continues, this may be our last crate. We still got a lot to go through. It'll take another 20 minutes to go through here. I'll get my other phone too, Justin. We might have 4 chats up at the same time. Tanner, do you have any, or Seth, do you have any solutions? Which kingdom are you taking over? Is that what you do in RuneScape? Seth's taking over some kingdom over here. All right, Tanner's got it pulled up. I'll pull it up as well. 78 viewers on Facebook right now. Okay. Here we go. I got all kinds of... I feel like I'm at NASA. How they got all those screens in front of them. Okay, let's see here. Susie Breedlove and 5 other people are watching with you. John Moreno gets the Cal Chader. John Moreno gets Cal Jader. He said Cal Trader, but I can't say anything. Chris Gardner's at 16 on Van Halen. Keith's at 16 on Van Halen. Chris is at 17 on Van Halen. John Moreno, I've got you down for Cal Jader.
Did you pull a Who for Thomas Hujar?
I didn't. Thomas Hujar wants the Who. Is Cashmere on Nevermind? No, it's not. Thomas Hujar got the Who. So that's before I clicked on. Okay, we're good now. Okay. So on this device, I can see YouTube. On this device, I can see YouTube or Facebook. Condition and price for the Birds for John Smetzer. This is VG Plus, $7.50. We're into a half off bin. This is VG Plus $7.50. Also, Van Halen is check condition. It's got some feelable marks on side 1, track 2. Paul Cawthon, Room 41. That is $17.50. Paul Cawthon, Room 41. That's some kind of new artist, a new album. $17.50, relatively new. Yesterday and today and tomorrow, Spinners. That is sealed $10. Well, this is difficult. All these different screens. Did you get me on the split ends? I didn't. Will Price wants split ends, and that was sold to him as sticker, to Will Price. John Smetzer said he'll take the Birds. So split ends was sticker. The Birds was half off. Van Halen's at 18. That's a check condition, 1984 Japanese. Final call. And the other question was Marshall Tucker title, Todd Tipton. Marshall Tucker title was The Long Hard Ride. No condition notes. Near mint vinyl, $7.50. Let's see. The Van Halen, it's low because it has a feelable mark on hot for teachers, or hots for teacher. Is that plural? Hot for teacher or hots for teacher? Hot for teacher. Well, this has I wait on it. Hot for teacher. I always thought it hot for teacher. It's single, hot. Sounds like the double bass on the drum sounds like a motorcycle, which it may actually be a motorcycle. All these are on different delays, and I'm watching my hands. It's very weird looking. Brent Robley on Paul Coffin. That's sold to Brent Robley. Todd Tipton said he'll take the Marshall Tucker band. It's kind of tripped out. What's also weird is I hadn't had a comment on my phone in 10 minutes, and there's all kinds of activity going on over here on Facebook. Shooting Star is $5. Shooting Star is $5. 10 years after Cricklewood Green. 10 years after is $10. Cricklewood Green, $10 on 10 years after. Eric Clapton Was Here. That is $17.50. Eric Clapton Was Here, $17.50 on that. Todd Tipton first on SS, which was Shooting Star. That's sold to Todd Tipton. Neil, you were second. Torch by Carly Simon, $5 on Torch. Let's do a final call on Van Halen. Lazarus is at $18. He's on YouTube, so if you're on Facebook, you cannot see his bid. It is at $18. $18, and we just reset the chat on the main feed, so all the comments just went away on the screen. A very nice copy of John Mayall, Empty Rooms. This is $17.50. $17.50 for John Mayall, Empty Rooms. Country Joe McDonald, Rock and Roll Music from Planet Earth, $10. $10 on Country Joe McDonald. The Gentrys is a white label promo. $10 on the Gentrys. $10 on the Gentrys, white label promo. We have Pointer Sisters, Hot Together. The Pointer Sisters is $5. Jeff Beck Flash is $10. Jeff Beck Flash, $10 on that one. A Star Is Born, Judy Garland. Check condition cover, no notes on the vinyl though, $5. Okay, let's sell Van Halen to Lazarus for $18. That's sold to Lazarus for $18. Big Fun, Shalimar. Big Fun is $7.50. Christopher Brusha on the Gentrys. That's sold to Christopher. It's nothing really. What happens when our Facebook comments don't pop up on Restream? That's some kind of problem between Restream and Facebook. It's really nothing with us or y'all. It's like right now, just Restream software is not wanting to work with the Facebook coding. Jimi Hendrix Experience. This is $17.50. $17.50 for the soundtrack to Experience. Jimi Hendrix, no rating. Mitchell, $17.50 on Hendrix. Jeff Murphy and Salt, $5 on Jeff Murphy and Salt, $5 on that. Did you say cream earlier? I did not say cream. Let me find out though. I'd said Jack Bruce from Cream. Jack Bruce, Things We Like, is $17.50. And by the way, everything in here is half off, no more or no less. I think somebody made an offer on Clapton. That was $17.50, and that was $17.50 off. So that's the price on Clapton. Next was Jake Cecil. He wants Jimi Hendrix. Jake, is that your first purchase with us? I think you've been trying to buy some Hendrix this week. He's returned, never mind, but he has been asking about Hendrix, I think. That's sold to Jake Cecil, Jimi Hendrix. Thank you. Sean Cassidy, Under Wraps. Somebody's been asking about Hendrix. It may not have been him. Sean Cassidy is $10. That is sealed. The Rolling Stones in partial shrink wrap. If you didn't know, Dirty Work came in this red transparent shrink wrap with a big old hop sticker. Very cool. This is in half shrink wrap. It's $17.50. It is near mint. That's the Rolling Stones. Ringo Starr's Rotogravure, $12.50 on Ringo Starr. $12.50 for Ringo. Sonny Rollins, that's a Blue Note 2LP. Sonny Rollins Blue Note reissue series, $12.50. John Clemmer Lifestyle, that is $7.50 in shrink wrap. We have Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be Free, or Let Me Be There. Olivia Newton-John is $5. Craig Thomas on SR, Sonny Rollins, that's sold to Craig Thomas. Eric Clapton Slow Hand, VG Plus, $12.50. Eric Clapton Slow Hand, VG Plus, $12.50. Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. Spooky Tooth is $12.50 as well. We have A&M Records Very Clean, $12.50. David Jonathan, Here Comes the Night. David Jonathan is $10 after the half off. The Inmates, Shot in the Dark. The Inmates is $7.50. Ricky Lee Jones Pirates, that's in shrink wrap for $7.50. Ricky Lee Jones Pirates. And Trash It Up, Southside Johnny, is $7.50. Now that's one we don't see as often. Southside Johnny. Something Happens, Stuck Together with God's Glue. Something Happens, $15 after the half off. Interesting, that's from 1990. 1990, Something Happens. Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's, 69 Indianapolis Press, $12.50. After Bathing at Baxter's. Jay Giles, Monkey Island, $10 on Jay Giles, Monkey Island. The Outlaws is $10. The Outlaws, $10. Gatefold, Arista, very nice, $10 on that. Jay Giles, The Morning After, is $12.50. That should be on Atlantic. Earlier Jay Giles album, $12.50. Rare Earth in Concert, we had one of these earlier tonight. Here's another one with the backpack cover, $15. Rare Earth in Concert. Jan Hammer Group, Oh Yeah, question mark. VG copy, $6.50. Do you have the New Metal Church, Congregation of Annihilation? I believe I do. I believe I do. It was in the back of one of these bins for the longest. I think it's right here. Yeah, I'm pretty positive I do. If you, I can find it. I can't right now. All the crates are blocked. I've built a wall around me, as many as I've been through tonight. But yes, I do. Do you have a 9 Inch Nails album? Yes, I do. We actually have Fragile arriving tomorrow. We have Pretty Hate Machine, and we have Downward Spiral, and we have this one right here. This is our last copy of Pretty Hate Machine. It's $49.99. Let's make a side note, please. Martin Pryor wants Metal Church, new album, Congregation. Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, is VG plus $5. Bob Welch, French Kiss, is a VG copy, $5. And we have Rare Bird, another one tonight. This one's VG plus, $7.50. Fragile will be here tomorrow. It's $49.99, just like all the other 2LP 9 Inch Nails we've sold. I've got 3. I probably should have ordered more, but they're $49.99. If anybody wants to go ahead and lay claim to one right now, let me know, and I will tag you for it. And I need to probably go ahead and order more. Rare Bird is sold to Neil. Let me make sure I didn't miss any more comments. Here's what I'm going to do to end the show. I'm going to go back through some of the stuff from the very first part of the show, like new vinyl. Go through those titles one more time. Yes, I do have POD Satellite. That should be right. POD Satellite should be, if it's, oh, right here's Metal Church. That's sold to Martin Pryor. There it is right there. That's sold to Martin Pryor. Greta Van Fleet's already been posted. Greta Van Fleet's already been posted. Martin Pryor wants Downward Spiral and Fragile. We just need to make a sticky note for those. And on 9 Inch Nail, Fragile and Downward Spiral is also $49.99. What's the one that's just a single LP? Their other album that's just a single LP is around here somewhere. Let me see if I can find that. Pretty Hate Machine. Yeah, Pretty Hate Machine is $29.99. So yeah, we actually do have a lot of 9 Inch Nails. If we don't have them on hand, there's more on the way. So Martin Pryor, I got you down for Congregation, Downward Spiral, and Fragile. We'll just tag that on a sticky note, also for Will Price. POD, I believe, is $29.99. Anybody else in this crate? I'm going to show the new vinyl from tonight if it's not too buried. There's the new vinyl putback bin from the other night. Let me see if I can find that very first crate. Yeah, this one right here we definitely need to go through. Man, I got a lot of sorting to do. The Greta Van Fleet pre-order is already up. Also, I reposted the pre-order for Mammoth. Wolfgang Van Halen, they're all going to be autographed. He's autographing every cover. Now, will it be allocated? That's a different question. I think that's why everybody's trying to get their comments in. I'm going to order a bunch of them because I have a feeling even if I get like 100, I won't have any problem selling autographed copies of Wolfgang Van Halen Mammoth 2 because the first one was like killer, and we're still selling those a year and a half later. But if he's autographing a bunch of them, then hopefully I have enough for everybody. Yes, all the 9-inch nails I'm mentioning are new sealed 180 gram. I haven't had any in the original. That's 180 gram. I think. I mean, it's new and sealed. It's the only one in print, and I think they are. I don't know. That might be like 150. That might be standard weight, actually. But what was I saying? The pre-order for Greta and pre-order for Wolfgang Van Halen. That's been a big one today. POD. Let's make a note. Keith gets POD. Yeah, I know what I was saying. I haven't had any original 9-inch nails since the Kevin Cave of Rock collection. It's been a while. I don't think I have. Maybe some 12-inch singles or something. So, oh, I do have two. This is a 2LP. My bad. Pretty Hate Machine. This is a 2LP expanded, $49.99, and then this is the single LP, $29.99. So this is $49 and this is $29. Sorry about that. Yeah, two different ones there, $49 and $29. The other ones I mentioned, the Downward Spiral and Fragile, those are 2 LPs. Those are 2 LPs. Okay, here's some new vinyl from the night, if you missed out on it. These first two have light seam splits at the top. We're going to send them back unless you are okay with that. We have Jim Croce, Don't Mess Around with Jim, 50th Anniversary Gold Vinyl, $33.99. Avenged Sevenfold is on blue vinyl, $36.99. Those have light seam crackles. Everything else in here is new and sealed and pristine. White Snake, 1987, 30th Anniversary 2LP, $59.99. Wasp, Last Command, $44.99. Carnivore is on clear vinyl, $28.99 for Carnivore. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, $49.99. Audio Slave Self-Titled, $36.99. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, $44.99. Robert Plant, this is Lullaby on the Ceaseless Roar, $38.99 for Robert Plant. Testament Low, $44.99. Disturbed, The Sickness, $29.99. Genesis Invisible Touch, also $29.99. Last copy, again, of the Godzilla soundtrack, $33.99. Dio Killing the Dragon, $36.99. Dio Killing the Dragon. Testament, The Legacy, $44.99. Taylor Swift, Reputation, $49.99. The other Testament is Souls of Black, and Taylor Swift again, that's Fearless. And then the other crate was pretty much AC/DC, Steely Dan, Megadeth, more AC/DC, and I got one copy left of the new Now 80s Alternative 2LP compilation from the UK. That is Now 80s Alternative 2LP. That's new for last Friday, or this Friday, $56.99. AC/DC Ball Breaker, back in stock, $34.99. Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. Megadeth is $29.99. And Stiff Upper Lip is $34.99. Wesley Stover wants Killing the Dragon by Ronnie James Dio. That's a Gatefold 20th Anniversary on Swirl Vinyl. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Everybody's been eating around me, so I've got all of a sudden the hungry bug. So we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time. John and Paul, one of the two will be here tomorrow. I think John will, which means we're going to have lots of new vintage arrivals. We didn't have any new vintage arrivals tonight. Everything we sold was just going back through stuff that didn't sell the first time and making it best offer. So tomorrow, 7 o'clock start. We're going to have new vintage arrivals. We'll have a lot of new vinyl again tomorrow. Great titles. I've been ordering some great stuff. There's been some great new releases, and there's been some great stuff been repressed that we've been out of stock for. So, Jake, if you're a first-time buyer, make sure you message our page. That's Collectco. We need your email address and your mailing address. So make sure before the night's over, actually do it right now since the show's over, message our Facebook page with your email address and mailing address, and we will send you an invoice. We will send you an invoice. when we go back through that. Wasp is $44.99. And our comments are kind of messed up. The reason I'm ending is not only am I hungry, but having 3 screens to look at isn't fun because it's kind of hard to keep up. I can't really figure it out. I'll be posting some more discount crates in the group. I posted a $9.99 crate early this morning. We sold pretty much everything in there. There's a lot of like $20 records for $10. I can do that over and over. So make sure you're in our group. If you're not in our group, ask us how to join right now. Send us a message. We got pre-orders. We got exclusives, on sale vinyl, and I make a lot of announcements in there. POD satellite was $29.99. And watching myself on screen here, I realize how much I use my hands when I'm talking. So, all right. If anybody else needs anything, let us know through message. If not, we're signing off for the night, and we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time. And we